Mother Nelly are long-standing attendees of 10 Project's inclusive free community family session that takes place every Saturday at Coomwood Lawn Tennis Club in Kingston. And the LTA Foundation provides funding for this. So 10 Project is a school and community tennis initiative aimed at getting families to spend more time together while being active with high quality, fun and game-based tennis coaching that involves the whole family and it's completely free. So from day one, Anthony and his mum haven't missed a single session and they continue to love what 10 Project and the game of tennis has given them. So a big welcome to Anthony, currently doing our ball toss, and a massive thank you for joining us today. And now it is time to introduce our players onto centre court. So from Belgium, please welcome Alison van Uitbank. And from Great Britain, let's please put our hands together for Emily Appleton.
So same match conditions as previous rounds. We've got 5 line umpires today calling up all lines. Ball changes 7 and 9. Emily, if you take blue towel boxes for me. Alison, if you take green towel boxes for me. Do you have any questions? Okay, just last reminder, please respect the grass court, okay?
Anthony, just turn around please so we can,
Anthony,
so we can see you.
Turn and face this way.
Thank you.
So, Anthony, sure. So Alison, either heads or tails. Heads. It's called heads, so throw the coin up, Anthony. Oh.
Tails.
Tails, okay. Give it another go, Anthony. Give it one more go. Come on, big throw up in the air. Just throw up one. There we go, that's the one. It is heads.
Yeah.
Alison, would you like? Receive? Okay, Emily. Yeah, just go to the net for me, so I can picture with Anthony facing this way for you guys. Go right to the net, Anthony.
Guys, closer to the net. Anthony, just
right,
come closer.
That's it, come right here. Face
Perfect.
that way and slide the camera.
Face the camera right here. Turn around.
Turn to your face
Lovely.
like that. Good
Perfect.
job.
Guys, ready? Thank you.
Good job,
Anthony, great work, and thank you so much for helping us with our coin toss. Let's give it up for Anthony. In 2018, she reached a career-high WTA ranking of world number 37 after claiming her second tour title in Budapest and knocking out Muguruza and Kontaveit to reach the round of 16 at Wimbledon. Over the course of her career, she's captured a total of 5 WTA singles titles and 2 doubles titles. More recently, she's been sidelined with a back injury, which kept her away from the tour for much of last year. She returned to the court in October and has since made the final of an ITF in Germany. From Belgium, please welcome former French Open quarter-finalist Alison van Uitbank. With a career-high singles ranking inside the world's top 400, she's racked up a total of 3 ITF singles titles and 19 ITF doubles titles. A couple of months ago, she enjoyed a career best run to the quarterfinals of a women's 75,000 event in France. Her good form has continued into Surbiton, where she won 2 matches in qualifying to make the main draw and is yet to lose a set en route to the quarterfinals. She from Surrey, England. Please welcome Emily Appleton. Our chair umpire for our match today is Jack Askew from Great Britain. And ladies and gentlemen, just a few final reminders from me. If you can, please turn all mobile phones and audible devices to silent during the match and kindly refrain from using flash photography. Enjoy the tennis.
Welcome to quarter-finals day here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. We're reaching the business end of the tournament, and we do have a couple of Brits left standing in the singles. One of them on court right now. Qualifier Emily Appleton knows that she has her toughest test of the week so far in 2022 champion Alison van Uytvanck. Abigail Johnson with you for this match and for the remainder of the day on centre court. 3 more quarter-final matches across the ITFW 100 event and the ATP Challenger Tour event to feature here on centre court. Billy Harris, the other Brit still in contention in the men's field, up against Mikhail Kukushkin. Third match on centre here. Jack Askew in the chair for this match. And with Appleton's form through the tournament so far, Van Uytvanck could be in for another battle, much like the one she had yesterday on this very court against the number 5 seed Harriet Dart. Dart was 1 point away from trailing by a set and a double break. She turned that match around. She led by a break in the decider. But Alison van Uytvanck, the Belgian, kept her cool. She's got an incredible record of having won 5 out of the 5 WTA finals she's contested. So she knows how to maintain in the big moments, and she did so yesterday. But she is the heavy favourite on paper against a player who's very capable on a grass court. Appleton with a big hitting game that can realise this surface. And with a Wimbledon membership, seeing her able to practice a couple of times at Arangi Park in the lead up to this tournament might just have helped settle her heading into this year's grass season. So it's going to be a very interesting first match of the day.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match is the best of 3 tie-break sets. Alison van Uytvanck to the right of the chair won the toss and elected to receive.
So Van Uytvanck asking Appleton to serve to start this match. No, Appleton isn't likely to mind. She has been pretty dominant in her run through qualifying to make this 0 sets dropped by Appleton in wins over Alicia Dudene of Great Britain, Marina Stakisic, the Canadian who was coming in off a 3rd round qualifying appearance at Roland Garros, Linda Fruvirtova, Czech player who's been ranked up in the top 100, and more recently Taylor Preston yesterday. 6-3, 6-2 the scoreline for Appleton. So first appearance on centre court this week, and she's going to hope to keep shining. Good to have lots of people in the stands to start a big day of action. Confirmation of this first match of the day. Emily Appleton up against former champion Alison van Uytvanck. They're facing off for the first time.
First set, Emily Appleton to serve. Ready? Play. 15 left.
More where that came from. She's got a huge forehand as well, Appleton, but is her really strong weapon.
all.
And more where that came from. Queen of the drop shot here in Surbiton is Alison van Ertvank, and she really perplexed Dart with that shot in the early stages of their match. Got the Brit incredibly frustrated. It just dies close to the net. She's a very versatile, very tricky player. And she's got a forehand of her own that really fires.
15-40.
And the big question for Appleton today is, can she get that first punch in and on eight with how awkward a player she's up against? Very different opponent today. And for the second day in a row on centre court, the early break that Alison van Ertvank was looking for. Might just take Appleton a bit of time to settle in on centre court. She's contested her previous 4 matches this tournament on the outside courts. Van Ertvank had a fair amount of court time out here on centre stage yesterday. And she really just maintained herself impeccably in the final set. Kept going about her business with the serve when she was 2-love down and got a bit of tension out of Dart. Dart's real success in that match coming when she stepped up and stepped a little out of her comfort zone, just trying to get on top of Van Ertvank from the baseline, move herself up the court.
Love 15.
That is so clean.
Love 30.
Well, she has the big strike off the ground to take advantage of any slight opening. Appleton, they will mainly come in the form of second serves on the return.
Love 40.
Using the body return to great effect out here. With good depth, robbing Van Ertvank of the angle to work with. Triple breakback point.
15-40.
held her ground impeccably.
Appleton.
Looked like Van Ertvank was going to steer herself through, but Appleton didn't flinch, held her positioning. And levels up on the board early here. Has had a big switch in focus to doubles over the course of the last couple of years, Appleton. That's where she's got her highest ranking at the moment of 143, career high 125 achieved this season.
Love 50.
What a combination. Really credits her doubles play with deepening and widening her skill set so further. Very comfortable at the front of the court. She'll back herself to get up there and utilize the volley. Just got to be careful. Stay proactive with the length of shot. Van Ertvank with a heavy forehand to unleash if allowed half an opportunity.
Oh!
Can't do it with the first? No worries, let's do it with the second. Emily Appleton with a strong turnaround at the beginning of this quarter-final match. She leads at the first sit-down. Well, she's got a game that is so suited to this surface, Appleton, and she showed good signs of that here last season. She had a very unfortunate draw, once again, here in Surbiton, tasked with a tough run, a demanding run, if she was to go to the deep stages of the event. She was in qualifying. She lost in the second round of qualifying to Janina Wickmeyer. Wickmeyer went on to win the trophy. So in retrospect, that straight sets loss didn't look too bad for Appleton, and she backed up her form the very next week in Nottingham, where she qualified for her first ever WTA singles main draw. This ITF W100 just one step below that tier of competition. So the grass court season last year held some big moments for Appleton. Also her debut in the Wimbledon main draw in doubles alongside Jodie Burrage. Van Uytvanck happy to be back on a surface that she has thrived on in the past after the disruption of the back injury during 2023, keeping her off the court. A well-handled tough reach on the volley. And she was out for a cumulative 9 months from February through to October last year, Van Uytvanck, so saw nothing of the grass courts and did see her ranking drop. So the current number next to her name does not tell you the full story of her capabilities by any stretch. And great watching of the ball from Appleton. She never stops moving in this point. On the stretch with the return, she's already up the court, anticipating, maybe seeing the racket face change from Van Uytvanck that's going to summon a shorter shot. So dialed in.
Out. 30 all.
Well, she's very cool, calm and collected early on, Appleton. Seems to have a strong vision of what her role is in this match. I would say this is a tougher one for Van Uytvanck than Dart yesterday. Here's break point for the lead. She was a top 10 junior in the world, Appleton, several years back, career high number 10. Testament to her willingness to travel and compete. And that's carried through to her pro career. On the road a lot, playing in lots of different conditions. She's done particularly well on clay, which might be surprising with the power game that is her base, but she's really developed as a player over the last few years, the versatility in her game. A surface like clay forces you to continue to build your repertoire. Use the slice, shape the ball, play from different areas on the court. It's huge for development. And this is big-time tennis from the Brit. The smoothest of consolidations. And Emily Appleton well on her way now in this opening set. Just one break, but the serving advantage that Van Uytvanck offered her at the beginning of the match, sitting the scoreboard strongly in her favor. She's got Coach Dave Collins in the house this week. He's head coach at St. George's Hill Lawn Tennis Club. They've worked together on and off in terms of him traveling with her and being at tournaments for a number of years now. Back in 2021, when Appleton was a regular at the UK Pro League, a British domestic tournament that enabled players to get matches under their belt and prize money to help them on the road, which is a very tough situation starting out for any pro player with how expensive the sport is. Dave Collins was always sat there courtside with his notebook, keeping on top of things. They were a really strong team there. She won 3 of the first 4 weeks of competition, Appleton, in that 2021 season. And mum, Sally, also courtside. There is a lot of sporting background in Appleton's family. Her dad, Michael, was a pro. Sally, her mum, teaching PE.
Out. 15 all.
Oh, that is so good, Emily Appleton.
15-30.
She looks really comfortable out here. And yet out of her comfort zone in a W100 quarterfinal in singles after so much doubles focus over the last 2 seasons. Really belonging on this stage. She's reaching a really high level right now.
15-40.
And Van Uytvanck is agitated. First meeting, maybe she didn't expect this, a lesser known opponent as far as she's concerned in Appleton. And one with the weapons to get on top of her the way Dart couldn't quite sustain yesterday as more of a traditional counterpuncher. Double break point.
30-40. Cheers.
That is a clutch second serve. Van Uytvanck with a reminder of her quality. Now, this is impressive. from the Belgian. It could be a set turning game, having been down a break with points for the double break here for Appleton. In response to her opponent's attacking tennis, she's not crumbling. She's going for more on her second serve. That's very classy from Van Uytvanck. Absolutely massive hold for her. If she was broken there, it was essentially curtains on this set. Now she's held, and it is still just the one break.
Hold down this end, please.
There's a potential for a mental shift here, both in terms of Van Uytvanck taking confidence and stepping up, and maybe Appleton just thinking about her position in this match a little more. It was such plain sailing after she got the break back at the very beginning of this set. This will be her biggest test to date.
Love 50.
Oh, ooh. Well, it was a bit of a late overall, and it's such a big moment as well, with Appleton facing a shift in momentum here after Van Uytvanck's fighting hold. The difference between 30 all and 15-40 here is massive, and it's fallen in the Belgians' favor. And there it is. Couple of second serves. Van Uytvanck able to establish herself a bit more in that return game, implement her preferred game style more regularly. And from the brink of a double break, how often do we see this happen? She's right back on serve. 3-4 in serving after the sit down.
Your ball's going on this end, thank you.
2018 was the year that Van Uytvanck really made people sit up and take notice of her on the grass at the championships. Got the better of defending champion Garbiñe Muguruza in the second round. Was down a set, but turned that around emphatically, 5-7, 6-2, 6-1. The score against the Spaniard, who retires from the sport a little prematurely this year, just decided she wasn't quite enjoying it the way she wanted to.
30 love.
Oof, almost did a Houdini there, Appleton. Did what she could when there was a bit more airtime on the drop shot, asked the extra questions, but Van Uytvanck making statements by coming up with clarity-filled answers here. Laying firm foundations with the serve. That is 3 games on the bounce for Alison Van Uytvanck, who did win her first title this year since her return from injury. That was at a much lower level than this W100 event, a W35 on clay. But credit to her, because not every player who has reached the heights that she has would be willing to drop right down the rankings again to build back up. Career high, world number 37 for Van Uytvanck. Such a clutch Appleton combination here. When she lands that first serve, she gives herself options and time to set up for that favorite forehand. Just getting the balance right now, Van Uytvanck, not feeling as rushed, able to mix in the slice. And so asking Appleton to do all the generating, making her think a little bit more in these rallies. There's added pressure. Oh, she's just caught it. That was the trickiest return. It dribbled over into the opposing forecourt. Appleton really short on options with what to do with the ball. Such was the placement. And that is quality from the former champion. Break point. Just the telling nature of pressure there. Understandably so, because it's not just the tennis that Van Uytvanck's playing now, it's the momentum that she's snatched and built for herself, piling up to effect. She breaks and she will serve for the set, the 2022 champion.
Yeah, just put one unit in.
So quarterfinals day continuing around the grounds here at the Surbiton Trophy 2024. The final time this tournament will be staged at this historic venue for now. This time next year it will still be contested, but over at the Edgbaston Priory Club in Birmingham. Other women's quarterfinal ongoing at the moment is between two Aussies. Isla Tomljanovic, former top 50 player. She's had injury setbacks since back-to-back Grand Slam quarterfinal runs at the US Open and Wimbledon in 2022. She's a breakdown to Olivia Gadecki. Gadecki serving for the opening set. Van Uytvanck doing the same here.
15 love.
It's very tough when the pendulum's swinging against you and you're feeling like things are slipping away and you're a bit shorter on time, to remember what was working and what built you to your advantage. Appleton just getting that ball deeper and tighter to Van Uytvanck, making it tough for her to impose her style of play.
Ball!
There's been a real increase of quality on serve from Van Uytvanck. Not just more first serves in play, but the movement she gets on the second serve. There are multiple players with strong first serves in the draw, but that second serve so often the opening with how strong the returners are on the women's tour. Well done applying the pressure there, Appleton. You could sense the lob was coming from Van Uytvanck, just misjudged it. Wasn't a poor choice of shot. Huge point here. Well, she's missed it.
30-40.
And Appleton's strong start to the match could still factor because there is a mental shift when the time comes to serve for the set. It's impressive that she can see the funny side at breakpoint down. It's a very British sneeze, that. Or cough.
Very good. Ball!
Oh, well composed.
Yes.
She's had a long build-up, a long wait to serve, and then having to put the second serve in play. Again, she's just so careful about her crafting of the ball. Doesn't overthink with time. Look at the footwork. She's giving herself such stable positioning.
Ball! advantage.
And of course I was joking. It was, it was not British tactics from the crowd to keep Van Uytvanck waiting there. But either way, she's responded to the slight disruption with real class. Set point on serve.
First set, Van Uytvanck.
A strong finish to culminate a massive turnaround from Alison Van Uytvanck. She was break points for 5-1 down, and she has flipped that scoreboard on its head. Leads 6 games to 4 with quite the run of games to conclude. Well, we could talk about stats after that set all day long, but it's really moments. Appleton fully belonged in that set, made it competitive. It was a great set to watch, the use of the court from both players. But this is very telling in terms of why there's a ranking system and why certain players are at the top and others are a little further down. Appleton with less singles experience than her opponent to date. They're very close in the rankings due to Van Uytvanck's injury, but as a former top 40 player, Van Uytvanck knows all about being present for the big moments. And Appleton, she didn't do too much wrong with the double break point that she had. 1-4, 15-40. Van Uytvanck serving. Her opponent just put her under pressure. She was really clutch when it counted, and that is the mark of an experienced pro. Van Uytvanck was able to win more points against the second serve than Appleton, and a large part of that was the way the Belgian was putting her second serve in play. Good kick, good lift on it. The stat that's under Appleton's control that she will want to improve on in this set is the first serve percentage landed, because that was down at 52% for her ultimately. That dipped. Well, she did not enjoy being 4-1 down, Van Uytvanck. But the fact that she had to mount the comeback could really serve her here, because that was 5 straight games won to clinch the opener. She takes momentum with her into this set. And even as she has a chance to reclaim the scoreboard here, Appleton can feel that, the weight of it. It's just too good. She's seeing the ball like a football, Van Uytvanck. So much pressure on the second serve. And as mentioned, Appleton not finding as many first serves as she needs at the moment. Triple break point. She has well and truly found her footing out here, Van Uytvanck.
First game, second set.
An incredibly secure opening game of the second set for the former top 40 player. And it's not a done deal. She was broken back at the beginning of the first set. Appleton turned that around, but with the confidence of coming through more tight moments to clinch this advantage, she does have a secure foundation beneath her. Three clean winners for the Belgian in that first game. Yeah, just pushed long. Just not convinced. It's always tough when the opponent is so tight to the baseline and the racket connects with the ball so quickly. Appleton doing well to maintain her demeanor out here and keep her head up despite the 6 straight games that have gone against her most recently. She's giving herself strong chances.
15 fair.
She read the serve there, Appleton, but it was so well delivered,
30 all.
so jumpy, so difficult to deal with. She was still at Van Uytvank's mercy, and throughout this match, the Belgian has just been tightening the screws.
Fair.
Oh, she's found that mark as well. Precision out of the top draw from Van Uytvank in the final 3 points there, and consistently she's coming through in those key moments. Appleton's really got to dig deep here and draw on the underdog mentality, not to collapse under the weight of what her opponent's building. Brilliant point. And she'll be waging an inner warfare, Appleton, with the lead that's fallen away from her. But she doesn't show you that. She has a great game face. Really impressive the way she carries herself. You never see her flip out during a match. There's a big line call in the first set that she wasn't happy with. She said her couple of stern words, and that was it. Games won by her opponent. Fierce competitive fire to keep this match alive. The first match on centre court on this quarter-finals day of action at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. And she's handled challenging situations impressively this season. Appleton mentioned that she's won 3 high-level doubles titles on the ITF circuit. 2 of those were in consecutive weeks in different continents, opposite sides of the world. So handled a brilliant turnaround there. It's a particularly good story of what happened a few weeks ago when she was competing in the States. And it is tough when you're starting out to save money and to handle things logistically, and she decided to take some of the free accommodation offered by the tournament. Turned out it was a camper van next to a very busy area, so relentless noise, just not great conditions. She still managed to have a strong couple of wins at that event. It makes it all the more impressive that Van Uytvanck, after the injury, has been willing to drop down to those entry levels of the tour again. Very different state of affairs. Actually, if you're interested in finding out more about the starting out rungs of the ladder on the Pro Tour, you should get across Emily's mum's blog, realitytennis.wordpress.com. The good, the bad, and the reality of the pro tennis life. Gives you a lot of insight. She's still in full control here, Van Uytvanck. She waits until the last moment, just holds that forehand until Appleton's leaned off in the direction of the backhand. And there we go. Just let it drop a touch, Appleton. She does not usually miss those. Does get a bit windy out here on centre court as well. The breeze lifts and drops, and that's difficult to judge, but I think the pressure, the momentum that Van Uytvanck has built throughout this match just asks for a little more there. And once again, she comes up with the goods in the moments that make a real mark on the scoreboard. Van Uytvanck coming through strong. She wasn't able to get the pop on the approach shot that she would have liked, Appleton.
15-30.
Moves around to get the ball on her forehand side. maybe didn't quite have the positioning to drive through, maximize the court, and Van Uytvanck fully in position to unleash.
Net, first serve.
Ooh, a rare miss hit.
30 all.
Did this just hit a patch of the court? I mean, it was the slice that, you know, very back of the line. Just bounced strange. I think Van Uytvanck thinks it hit a weird patch of the grass, and that can happen. It gets bumpy there at the baseline. Throws Appleton a lifeline, but she's in dire need of more first serves.
Net, second serve.
Too strong from Van Uytvanck, went off at the opening of that second delivery.
34.
Intentional from the offset. Sets her up aggressively for the clean strike.
Net, first serve. Game. Follow.
Incredible use of the angles, just able to play from on top of that court more and more regularly, Van Uytvanck. And her 4-1 advantage in this set is with the double break. She'll feel in a very good position in this match. The Belgian closing in on this year's semi-finals. .30-years-old Van Uytvanck has been on the Pro Tour for a long time, amassed a lot of experience and a lot of titles. 23 collective singles titles won on the ITF circuit across all surfaces. There are several grass court trophies in there. One of those at this level in 2021, when the calendar changed up slightly due to COVID and there was no Surbiton trophy that year. She won the Nottingham trophy instead, where she was the top seed, so handled the target on her back on that occasion. Both her 2022 titles came on grass, both here in Surbiton and then a step higher at the WTA 125 level. So she's a considerable force on this surface, Van Uytvanck, and Appleton has been discovering this over the course of a match in which she's been far more competitive than the scoreline suggests.
15 love.
And she's just got to stay her line now, Van Uytvanck, and not overcomplicate things, just keep on her own straight and narrow. If she holds her focus, should be good enough today.
Oh!
The serve bounces up to the height of the shoulder on the Appleton backhand. It robs her of the opportunity to dig into the exchange.
Oh!
She's getting a little bit casual with that drop shot. Van Uytvanck just gives Appleton a glimmer. Yeah, that's why she's been going for the drop shot. She wants to bring Appleton up the court against her will. It's very different to the Brit paving her own way to the net and being able to impose herself the way she wants to. Van Uytvanck orchestrating out here and generating game point.
Game. Van Uytvanck.
So impressive, the level from the former champion here.
By 5 games to 1. New ball.
And this is a serious mountain to climb for the qualifier, who has been so strong here in Surbiton and launched an impressive campaign on centre court today, but ultimately Van Uytvanck seizing back the reins. And Appleton can't point to much that she's done wrong in this match, so she's just got to try and focus on her own side of the net, delivering the best that she can on serve, and asking Van Uytvanck to deal with these blustery conditions to finish things off.
15 love.
It's a confidence boost when the rally extends that she's able to keep driving through her shots. Appleton and Van Uytvanck can utilize the breezy conditions. She takes the pace off the ball, throws in different twists and turns on the ground strokes.
40-15.
She's ever present, Van Uytvanck. She's tracking that ball so well now.
40-30.
Appleton with a strong serve and a decent follow-up backhand, but Van Uytvanck was reading it from the offset, just never let it get beyond her reach.
Juice.
too good. Rainbow magic from Emily Appleton.
Appleton.
The slice lob measured to absolute perfection. Some way to survive going match point down.
Okay.
And that will do nicely. She's really dug deep there, Appleton, to see herself to that hold and to ask one final question. Whether it's enough to extend this clash rests firmly on the racket of Alison van Uytvanck, who has waged an impressive comeback and will serve for the match at a set and 5-2. So the winner of this match to take part in tomorrow's semi-finals. Semi-finals of both the ITFW 100 and the ATP Challenger Tour event to take place tomorrow. And whoever comes through this, looking likely to be Alison van Uytvanck right now, will take on either qualifier Harmony Tan, who formerly took Serena Williams out of Wimbledon in 2022, or Greet Minen, Van Uytvanck's fellow Belgian, who is seeded number 4 this week. So Van Uytvanck serving for her spot in the final 4.
Wait, please. Love 15. Love 30.
She was close at the back end of the opening set. Appleton, it's always a little different when it's crunch time, the time to put the lid on the set. Finish line is there and you've still got to cross it, however big the lead.
15-30.
Oh, she's done it again, the top spin lob this time. And the impact of that shot,
15-40.
still more than the slice lob success of the previous game. Appleton with double break back point to reclaim one of the breaks.
Okay.
There it is.
Appleton.
Oh, the importance of that service hold that did stop some of the momentum that Van Uytvanck's been steadily building over the course of the last 45 minutes here on centre court. Does that summon some tension for the 2022 winner? She did tighten up for a few moments when Harriet Dart put the brakes on yesterday when she was down in the second set.
Net first serve.
I think the one thing that Appleton will look back at in this match as something that could have kept things closer is the first serve percentage. It makes such a difference in terms of paving her way up the court, and just under the weight of the scoreboard here, she is being asked for more in situations that she'd usually be so comfortable with. That third strike up the court. There's over 20% difference in terms of first serves landed by both players in this set. And there's a hangover here after a brilliant break back. Couple of double faults for Emily Appleton. Means that it's Van Uytvanck with triple match point. A really strong turnaround today from Alison Van Uytvanck. Was a breakdown with points against her for the double break in the opening set. Emily Appleton put a really good showing in out here, but couldn't quite find the first serve she needed to stay fully in contention as Van Uytvanck warmed up off the ground, imposed her tricky game style once more. And not for the first time in the last couple of years, she makes her way into the semi-finals here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Van Uytvanck marching on, and Emily Appleton with so much to be proud of this week. A run from qualifying to the last day. Big doubles focus these days, but she's still a serious singles player, and she showed that to everyone this week. The last Brit standing at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy in the women's event.
Emily's a really tricky opponent, isn't she? She's come all the way from qualifying, playing really well. You must be delighted with the win.
Yeah, it was tough for me. She has a really good serve. She has an aggressive play. She likes to come to the net, good slice. So a really good grass court game. So it was tough, and I had to adjust in the beginning. And then I found my game. I'm really happy to be through here.
Well, it seemed like you found your game at 4-1 down in the first set. So you mentioned the adjustments there. What sort of adjustments did you make?
Yeah, I needed to be more aggressive. She could play her game too much, and that was tricky. So yeah, I needed to get used to it, and I was just happy to find my game after 4-1.
Absolutely. And look, you have a game that is so suited to the grass. You made the round of 16 at Wimbledon. So can you give us some tips? What are your top 2 tips for playing good tennis on grass?
You have to stay low and try to be aggressive, because it's so tough to run on grass. The ball is sliding through, so as long as you're aggressive, you have a good chance.
Well, there you go. You heard it here first. So be aggressive and stay low. Alison, congratulations through to the semi-finals.
Staying low and flying high, Alison Van Uytvanck. Very clean performance in the key moments from her to keep it to the straight set scoreline and steer her way into the semi-finals, where she'll face either Harmony 10 or Greet Minen tomorrow. So that's the first of 4 matches to be played on centre court today, coming to a conclusion. Very shortly we'll continue with the women's quarter-finals as former Wimbledon semi-finalist Tatiana Maria takes to the court. She's taking on Kimberly Birrell.
You can see all of the colours on the umpire's chair there. Ollie, welcome. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
So, this Friday and all Fridays across our British grass court summer is Pride Day. So we can be allies, can't we, to the LGBTQ community, not just on Fridays, but every day. We want to make people in those communities feel welcome. So how can we do that?
Well, participation in sport in the LGBT community is really low, and it's really linked to mental health. So days like this are really good for visibility. In sport, there's very few gay role models, particularly on the men's game. I'm a coach, you don't see many gay people in our industry. So just a little bit of visibility and showing that it is an inclusive sport. I've always found it is to me. So just showcasing that. So to people who don't necessarily play sport as much.
That's brilliant. And what sort of support does Pride in Tennis offer to those in the LGBTQ community?
So we have lots of groups across the country run by volunteers. They meet up quite regularly for people who may be a little bit nervous about joining tennis or joining a club. But we also do an inclusion and diversity like training for coaches, people in the industry, things like that, which work with the LTA to kind of help venues open up to more people.
Absolutely. And why is the visibility of Pride in Tennis so important at events such as these?
Well, it puts on the biggest stage, gets people talking about it. As I said, role models are very low, so if you don't see people like you in sport or you don't show that you're accepting, it can be harder for people to just get involved. So it's about increasing participation across the board.
Absolutely. So finally, I'm sure there's a few people here today in the LGBTQ community. How can they get involved in tennis?
So on the Pride Tennis website, we've got a page where it's called Where to Play. As I said, there's those venues across the country. The ones that sign up for the training, they put their club on there. And there's contact details for these groups, so you can join a group that people like you and play tennis.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. That was Ollie Neal, everyone. He's going to be doing our point toss for today for our second match here on Centre Court. He's doing a fantastic job, and he is the communications officer at Pride in Tennis. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome onto the court our ball crew for our second match of the day from Hollyfield Secondary School, and doing a fantastic job so far this week. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to welcome our players onto the court, our second match of the day here on Centre Court. So, from Australia, please welcome Kimberly Birrell. And let's give a very warm welcome to our second seed, Tatiana Maria.
So if you don't mind just doing a photo to start with, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Okay, so same match conditions, apart from we do have all lines covered today. For the towel boxes, Kimberly, do you want to be blue on both sides, and Tatiana green? And any questions before we start? No? Okay, Kimberly, heads or tails? Heads, please. Heads? What is it?
Heads.
Heads? Receive. Receive?
I see.
Okay, good back. See?
Good luck.
So a massive thank you to Ollie and for all of the brilliant work that he does.
For Pride in Tennis. And if you're interested in finding out more, head to the Pride in Tennis website at prideandtennis.org.uk. Currently sitting at world number 164, she hit a career high world ranking of number 100 in September of 2023. That was after advancing to her maiden WTA quarter-final as a qualifier in Merida. Since turning pro in 2012, she's won 6 singles and 2 doubles titles on the ITF circuit. In 2019, she claimed her first top 10 victory over Daria Kazatkina at the Brisbane International. She would later go on to earn her first major win at Slam, making it to the 3rd round at the Australian Open. She comes here in good form, having recently won a 75,000 event in Japan and knocking out 60 Jules Niemeyer in the previous round here at Surbiton. From Gold Coast, Australia, please welcome Kimberly Birrell. Our second seed in this event, she's currently ranked 65 in the world. Her career high singles ranking came earlier this year at world number 34, and her doubles ranking peaked at just outside the world's top 50. Over the course of her very decorated career, she's topped the podium on 3 occasions, winning 2 WTA titles in Bogota and her first in Mallorca in 2018. On the ITF circuit, she's won 16 singles and 15 doubles titles. Devices to silence during the match and kindly refrain from using flash photography. Enjoy the tennis.
Welcome back to Centre Court at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, where quarter-finals day continues. And it was a great start to the day for our 2022 champion, Alison van Uytvanck. She was troubled by Britain's Emily Appleton, who led by 4-1 and double break point, but van Uytvanck cranking up through the gears to come through. So she is safely in the final 4. Who will join her in this next match? Tatiana Maria, former Wimbledon semi-finalist, is tasked with the woman on your screen here, Kimberly Birrell of Australia, who has a career high ranking of number 100 and is at this stage of the event having come through qualifying. It has been quite the week for qualifiers here in Surbiton. Appleton herself coming from the qualifying rounds. Harmony Tan, another quarter-final competitor, taking to the court later on. She also came through that 2-match run prior to the main draw. And Tatiana Maria, she's not come through qualifying. She's the number 2 seed, but she might feel like she has with the length of the couple of matches that she's played here already. The German with wins over Sonne Cartel of Great Britain and Rebecca Marino of Canada. Both those matches went the distance, and her match against Cartel a couple of days ago was one that she barely survived. She was a set and 4-love up. Cartel fought back to win the tiebreak, and at 3-all, 30-all final set, a dead net cord fell in the favor of Maria, and she took some momentum off the back of that. She's a very, very tricky grass court player, Maria, and a very different competitor to anyone that Kim Birrell has come up against so far in her run to the quarters. She's dropped just 1 set, Birrell, across her 4 matches. That was in her last match, a lopsided opener against Jules Niemeyer, who herself has reached the 4th round of the championships previously. But Birrell, a 1-6, 6-3, 6-2 winner to see herself into this match. And here is confirmation of it. Birrell up against Maria. in the second match of the day on centre court, with the head-to-head locked at 1 win each. They faced off in each of the last 2 seasons. Tatiana Maria triumphant in 2022, and Birol turning the tables at the beginning of last season. Something has to give on centre court. Abigail Johnson with you for this match, and the remaining 2 to come here on centre court at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. A great example in that point of a couple of the key weapons that each player brings to the court. Maria with the very tricky backhand slice that's going to stay low to the ground on these grass courts, and Birol with a very heavy topspin forehand that paves the way as far as consistency goes. Yeah, she will draw her opponent up the court today, Maria. The different length that she puts on her slice is going to make it very tricky when Birol is brought up the court against her will to generate the way she wants to off the back of those low bouncing slices. Quickly up to that. She's got to be so sharp with the eyes and the movement behind Birol to stay engaged when the exchanges come to the forecourt like this. Quick on her feet on this occasion. That's such good use of the width of the court. Offered a second serve and the opportunity to get engaged, Birol, and she says, thank you very much. She's had to show some resilience, the Aussie, over the past few years with injury setbacks that she's had, often just when she's felt like she's building form.
Advantage, Mariana.
That was bullseye positioning of the return down the line. The serve, I should say, the T-line, my goodness, long days. But the German with a strong start to this match on a surface that has brought her so much joy over the years, and much talked about is her run to the semi-finals of Wimbledon in 2022. It was unexpected by her ranking at the time, world number 103. And she was a returning mother of two at that point in time. Maria, she has two daughters. I know at least one of them is with her. Eldest daughter, Charlotte, because I saw them on the grounds just the other day. It was a really impressive run of victims at that 2022 edition of the championships. Sorana Castea, Maria Sakkari, who was then world number 5, Elena Ostapenko, Grand Slam champion, and then Yulia Niemeyer, previously mentioned, and that was actually the quarter-final match. Lost out to Ons Jabeur in 3 sets. Yeah, well watched. A lot of airtime on the drop shot from Maria here. So even though she's off behind the baseline there, Birol, she was already racing to get back up on top of it. She's having no issues pushing off on the grass, getting the sprint on so far to date. There'll be a real difference in mindset between the two players. Birol looking to get herself up the court, impose herself with clean ball strikes. Maria happy to craft out the rallies, be a bit more patient. Hoping that her patience pays off here. Tight moment on the Birol serve. Well done. It's going to be a testing physical and mental day at the office for Birrell, because she's going to have to hit a lot of balls, generating her own pace off the back of tricky slice, and she knows that as well. Very unlikely to be a 1 hour job out here.
Yes. Advantage, Maria.
First break point for either player comes in the second game. And that is the range of her skill set.
Maria leads 2 games to love.
Maria steadily building throughout that game and picking her moment to place herself up on top of the court. She's going to be a very testing customer for the Aussie qualifier. Length of shot to stop Maria manufacturing the ball the way she wanted to.
LTA. LTA.
only Tatiana Maria is hitting slice winners out here.
Maria leads 3 games to love.
What a talented individual. Kim Birrell knows these are still very early days, but also knows that a greater level is going to be called upon from her today compared to her previous matches. This is a top player, and she is up a break early in this match. Well, Birrell has spoken quite openly about the injury turmoil of the past 2 or 3 years that set her out. Well, it was more than that, actually. It was 2019 where things really started to unwind for her. Between July 2019 and the beginning of 2022, she only played 4 events. She had back-to-back lengthy spells at the sidelines due to injury. There were moments where she thought her career was over, and she's still so young for that to be the case, just 26 years old. The resolve to be back out here competing, it takes a lot, particularly for someone from her part of the world. Great clean hit. After the opening swing of the season in Australia in January, when there's a month of top-level action out there, there's very little competition in that part of the world throughout the year, so the players have no option but to travel. It's expensive, it's tiring, it requires a lot from you logistically, mentally off the court.
Good deal.
Fortune favors the brave.
30-15.
Well, getting herself in a nice position on top of the court here, Birrell, before she unleashes. She's right inside the baseline. Good steadiness through the shot. Hanging on in there, Maria.
30-all.
With the weapons she possesses in terms of her ground stroke game, I think her footwork and her movement gets overlooked. Those assets of her game mean nothing if she's not in position to produce, and she just followed that rally to its conclusion. Keeps the scoreboard pressure on.
40-13.
And that's a response in style. And that first serve is going to make a heck of a lot of difference for Birrell. When she dropped her first set of the tournament yesterday to Niemeyer, she was only making about 20% of her first serves. So that was a big opening. Too good, and she's onto the board here, Kim Birrell.
Really, 3-1.
When you have had the physical setbacks that she has, it builds character and a strength and determination that does come into play on the match court.
Lexus. Love.
Depth of shot, and the moment she's got it, Birrell, she's following up behind with her positioning. Lodging Maria a meter or so behind the baseline. And hit or miss, that aggressive mindset does carry its impact across the board. Maria there collapsing into the second serve, knowing that more was required of it to keep Birrell at bay. Well played. It was strong anticipation from Maria. She had a play on every single ball there, but just worn down by the Aussies' consistency. And here we go, double break back point. Oh, no answer to that. Clutch under scrutiny. Playing the drop shot from on top of the court, she is so quick to close down the space behind it, giving herself the stability to execute.
Advantage, Birrell.
It's really starting to level out into the battle that you would have expected from this one on paper. The head-to-head locked at 1 win each.
Yes.
Steadily worked.
Advantage, Birrell.
Now, the topspin forehand might not cut through the court the way Maria's key weapons do, but it does enable her to utilize the full perimeter of it. Birrell, there was an exceptional angle in there that just set her up to steer to the finish line. Can she cross it in this game? This is another break point. Number 3. Number 4.
Yes. Advantage.
That serve is coming through so clutch. Every time Birrell has established herself in a baseline exchange in this game, big serve. That is a big game to survive for Tatiana Maria.
Maria leads 4-1.
So many times this week we've seen a game with many break points saved lead to a breakthrough of the surviving player's own. Could that be the case for Tatiana Maria, the number 2 seed, with high hopes as she sits down at this change of ends? Break intact. So let's set the scene here at quarterfinals day at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. It's an ATP Challenger Tour 125 event for the men. That's pretty much a top-level challenger, and for the women, it's an ITF W100. The draw's ever so strong this week of the season, with Roland Garros still continuing in Paris. The grass season as short as it is, and players desperate to get their campaign on the lawns off to an earlier start. So you often see a lot of top-ranked players engaging in competition in this particular week, inclusive of the 2 players on court. We've had results on this court and around the grounds today. Alison Van Uytvanck, the winner of the first match of the day on this court against Emily Appleton. So she's into the final 4. She'll face the winner of Greet Minen's clash with Harmony Tan later on. And a big win for another Aussie, Olivia Gadecki. Won her clash with countrywoman Ayla Tomljanovic in straights. Oh, she's gonna be so annoyed, Birrell, because she was in full control of that point. And it's such a massive first point for her, having seen those 4 break point chances go begging in the previous game. She's doing everything right there, and she had an open court to strike the winner down. That really is match changing.
15.
Now, make no mistake, the previous game was first and foremost, but to have that point replayed on top of the disappointment of chances missed, and then the net cord coming through to stop her, that's a lot of mental baggage for Birrell right here. It's going to take some big stuff to overcome it. Huge.
15.
Immediate opening of the court, using the extremities of the far reaches. Just being baited there, Birrell.
30.
Maria spinning the ball into the forecourt with margin. Dangerous stuff, but just asking Birrell to go for her shot. Giving her the opportunity to miss. Massive point hit. Well, it looks easy, that volley, but she's been kept so close to the ground throughout that rally, Birrell, and dragged side to side. It's a bit rushed, desperate to put that ball away and bring her misery to a conclusion. Maria hanging so firm when it really matters in this set so far. Break point to serve for the set.
And
there it is. It really did feel big when the first point was replayed.
Really 5 against 1.
She had some convicted tennis in the face of that, Birrell, but the moment she was pegged at 30 all, it was going to be a tough mental task. And her opponent has remained formidable. Tatiana Maria serving for the opener. And we're seeing here similar to what we've seen in a couple of matches so far this week. I'm thinking back to Katie Dunn's match with Harmony Tan last night, and Tan, another player who can utilize the slice and the switch up off the ground and make it hard for the power player to generate off the back of that. And the longer it goes on, the more tempted you are to try and beat the opposition at their own game and engage in that craft and manipulation of the ball. The point she just played, that's the kind of point that Birrell needs to keep playing the moment she's locked into a return. Fifth ace of the match for Maria. And it gives her a nice, stable foundation as she looks to wrap up this opening set. 2 points to do so. A set of total cleanliness in the key moments by Tatiana Maria. Some hard-fought contests off the ground, but it's the #2 seed who is setting the standard and leading 6-1, one set away from the Surbiton Trophy semi-finals. And by scoreline, it's her most straightforward set of the week, Maria, but she knows she can't afford to get complacent. Birrell did lose the first set 6-1 to Yulia Niemeyer yesterday. Turn that around for the comeback. But if there's one stat that underlines just how clutch Maria was in that first set, it's break points. Birrell faced 2 and was broken on both occasions. Maria faced 4 and saved all of them. And they are the slim margins that make such a big difference on the scoreboard. Birrell can't afford to take that 6-1 scoreline to heart because it hides a deeper story of the match. She was able to treble Maria off the ground. It's about the moments that she does it.
Did you ask them or not? I don't think they want to.
Second set, Birrell to serve. Eagles.
Foul!
15.
Oh, she watched it, Maria, but it was just too good on the backhand from Birrell. And it needed to be.
15.
Tight double fault to open this set. Nothing wrong with this pickup. She's been relentlessly swift up to the forecourt. That's really well handled. It was a very awkward return, deep length to the body. Where's the consistency at, though? Can she deal with these Tatiana tricks on back-to-back points?
Oh. 40-30. Lexus.
Oh, she can't believe it. Birrell, it's twice that the point has been overruled on her serve when she's been in control. And now it's twice that she's lost the replayed point. Birrell, she's not let on, but that is going to sting in a match where she's just been edged in the key moments so far, and the scoreline has weighed heavy as a result. Did everything she could there, Maria. Almost came back from the dead.
Advantage, Birrell.
Channeled frustration maybe from the Aussie. That's really calmly handled.
Yes.
Oh, I saw that one good.
Advantage, Maria.
I'm surprised it's taken this long for any kind of reaction like that from Birrell. It's just been piling up. So tough.
Advantage, Birrell.
Oh, it's absolutely massive. Showing real competitive fire there, Kim Birrell. She lost the longest game of the opening set. It was the game in which she had 4 break points. And that ultimately swung momentum strongly in the number 2 seed's favor. Absolutely pivotal for her to get that game on the board. And with the length of it, hoping to halt the momentum that Maria's been building. It's a new set. The first time in the match that the German will be chasing on the scoreboard. Has the potential to switch things up. She's been working hard out here, Maria.
Take your seats quickly, please.
Oh!
Left.
Oh, Maria just getting warned there
15 all.
that she's got to remain proactive. Birrell not expecting that overhead to come straight back at her. She got to play off it. And a big difference after the previous game between 15 all and 30 love. It's big, really big from Birrell. Able to make enough impact in that rally that she was able to draw a defensive slice out of Maria. There's a difference between the offensive slice, which she has complete control over, knifing big from Maria now to regain control of that rally.
Yes.
Was up against it in the first couple of strikes.
Advantage, Birrell.
Her serve was such a big element of that opening set win, Maria. No more than half a double faults cropping up in this game. And that'll do it. Birrell strikes for the first time in the match. She's had chances. She had 4 of them in one game in the opening set. That game didn't go her way, proved significant, as does the strong start to the second set. Kept the energy up, Birrell, despite some really frustrating moments out here so far today. And she's getting the reward for that. Looking for the consolidation hold right now.
Love 15. Love 30.
Well, she has had to invest a lot in the first couple of games here, Birrell, 2 deuce games, so there's always the potential for a little bit of a drop-off in the wake of that. Maria's task is to be present to capitalize on that. She struggled with that mid-court ball, Birrell. The one from Maria that can't quite decide whether it's a slice or a drop shot. And when it's there for the taking with a bit more time on it, with Maria in the forecourt, she's had a hard time focusing the backhand, Birrell. Triple break back point hit.
Game Marina.
Just rushed in that game. And Maria capitalizing on a helping hand as well with the double fault. She had a blip in this set. Her opponent has offered another. Will she make the same mistake twice? The number 2 seed back on serve in this second set.
Time. Left.
Having come back from a breakdown, she becomes more dangerous, Maria. Already in the driver's seat in that opening set. Very rarely gave anything in the pressure moments. $15.30. Well, she will feel like that's an opportunity missed, Birol, after the dialed-in intensity of the previous return winner. I think Maria, after 2 long singles matches to open her campaign here, feeling things a bit physically. She's throwing in more second serves. She's not getting as much on those second serves either. Oh, she spent hours on court over the last couple of days. And for someone who's 36 years old, that is a big deal physically. Just a step slower to the ball on the back foot. I would just wonder if Birol can sense that. Would give her extra drive to go down the lines the way she is doing. Conviction through her shots. Immediate opportunity to get the break back in hand. That's a good choice of serve, that one. Big kick out wide. Birrell with the total attacking mindset. Just heighten the chances of getting a miscue.
Advantage, Maria. Game, Maria.
Now that is a really significant hold of serve for Tatiana Maria. Began to rock back and forth in this second set, and I think half of that game was second serves from her end of the court, if not more than that. If she is flagging a bit physically, she'll take a lot of confidence from being able to navigate those tighter moments. Even if she was a little reliant on Birrell misfiring. That's the name of the game for her today. Make her opponent uncomfortable.
Up! 15. Love 13.
And how big is the first point? She missed it in the previous game, previous service game of her own, Birrell, and got broken. Looking on the way to getting burned again. Oh, that'll hurt. Such disciplined length of shot from Maria and the build-up. The scoreboard will help soften the blow. She knows that she's still got a significant chance here.
Odds. 15-14.
going to leave its mark when you've played 2 such long matches in consecutive days. And then she's back out here in another physically demanding match against a player who's really ripping the ball at her and engaging in some extended rallies.
Time.
So critical for the qualifier to engage early in this particular game and prevent Maria from mounting momentum.
Love 15.
It's the length of this shot as much as anything that's devastating, or the lack of it. So short in the court. And Maria behind the baseline. And depending on her energy levels, if she is feeling a little low on resources today, Maria, added incentive to go for more behind her first serve when she's landing it as a good forehand drive.
Game Maria.
4 points on the bounce.
Maria leads the next 15.
Maria fully mentally locked in. And that is 3 games in succession, won by the former Wimbledon semi-finalist. One of the biggest titles of her career as well in Mallorca. Also coming on the grass courts. It's a surface that really complements her game style. The touch here is just supreme. Something you'd expect to fall from her opponent's racket. The control, phenomenal. It just sends a message that she's got depth. She does have the options if she needs them, Birrell. Swinging as the underdog. Now she's down on this scoreboard.
Lexus. 50-50. Left for serve.
Just comes out of that fractionally as slice after slice comes back it up. It takes so much out of your legs to keep getting down to that ball and producing and driving through. Maria can sense her moment coming. And it's as a result of sensing that she's wearing the Birrell resistance down. Asking for a level of consistency that the Aussie isn't quite there with. Frustrated to the break. 4 straight points for Maria.
Release 5-2.
Committing to getting under her opponent's skin and just asking her to repeat, repeat, repeat.
Ask them if they want the umbrella.
It just mounted up on top of the qualifier. It's been much more well contested than that scoreline says, but Tatiana Maria with the chance to serve for her most comprehensive victory of the tournament so far.
Time.
So an hour and 17 minutes after this one began, and it'll feel like a lot longer to Kim Birrell with the amount of slices she's had to get down to. Tatiana Maria serving for her spot in the semi-finals. Well, the scoreboard deficit does just put her on the straight and narrow. Birrell, it's all or nothing now, right up on top of the court to rip through that return. And she might still have needed this double break deficit, and just the reactions from Maria are telling of how much closer this has been than the scoreline suggests. Still struggling to really push up into that serve.
15.
Right on cue though. Ace number 8. Make that 9. And still a shot at hitting double digits before she's through with this match. Not to be on this occasion. This is the definition of first strike tennis now on center court. All or nothing.
Advantage, Bureau.
So quickly up the court behind the damage that she creates. Birrell. Lifeline point. Once again. What a way to extend the match. Dartboard accuracy. It really was hit or miss. She hit more often than she missed, Birrell. Now she's clawed back one of the breaks. Can she maintain that abandon? season to come for Kim Birrell. She'll be contesting Wimbledon qualifying.
Congratulations through to the semi-finals. And you're at home today. She's been playing really well. She came all the way through qualifying, so you must be delighted to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, every match is a tough match, doesn't matter against who you play, so I know her pretty well, and I knew they're going to be a tough match for me today, so I was really focused from the beginning till the end, and it was super nice to play here back on the center court, so I'm really happy with the win.
And you absolutely love the grass, don't you? I think lots of people here will fondly remember your Wimbledon from a couple of years ago, making it to the semi-finals. What is it that you enjoy so much about playing on grass?
I mean, the balls, they're staying low. I mean, no, I really love to play on grass. I mean, especially with my slice. I mean, my game fits pretty well for grass. So I really enjoy playing every year, the whole month on grass, everything what I can play. So yeah, it's really nice to be back on grass, and yeah, I love it.
You're also a mother to 2 young kids, which is absolutely amazing. The fact that you're, winning matches and you have 2 young kids. Firstly, are they here with you today?
Yes, I mean, they are both over there. Yeah, I have to say my husband, he's doing a great job too. He's taking care of them. He's my coach. He's the coach of my daughter, Charlotte. She's playing also amazing. So in the future, you will see, in a few years, you will see Charlotte here playing, and I will sit outside.
Love it. Well, congratulations, and we look forward to that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
So that is the 2 women's matches of the day completed here at the Surbiton Trophy on centre court. Victories, respectively, for Tatiana Maria and former champion Alison van Uytvanck. We'll see them in the semi-finals, but 2 matches in the men's event still to come, and the next of those features the last Brit standing, Billy Harris. He's taking on former world number 39, Mikhail Kukushkin.
Grass court events at Nottingham, Ilkley, Birmingham and Eastbourne. So one last time, everybody, Tatiana Maria. It is time for our third match of the day here on Centre Court. So let's get ready to welcome our players. From Kazakhstan, please welcome Mikhail Kukushkin. And from Great Britain, let's give a very warm welcome to Billy Harris.
Okay, gents. So towel boxes, Mikhail, green one for you, please. Blue one for you, please, Billy. Time between the points. Just a reminder, there's no clock for you to look at. So if you get started, I'm going to speak to you first about that. Please remember the grass damages easily, so please don't throw your rackets. And today you have 7 line umpires instead of the 5 you've had before. Any questions? World map, ATP. World map. It is the world, your choice. Receipt.
This side.
Okay. Okay, kids, so serving first, that's
In 2019, he rose to a career high ranking of world number 39. Over the course of his decorated career, he's accumulated an impressive total of 16 ATP Challenger titles, with the most recent coming earlier this year in Tenerife after a 6-year title drought. His best run in Grand Slams came at the 2012 Australian Open and in 2019 at Wimbledon, where he reached the 4th round on both occasions. From Kazakhstan, please put your hands together for Mikhail Kukushkin. At just outside the world's top 200, he's currently ranked 7th in the British rankings. He reached his first singles challenger final last year in Spain, when he came from qualifying to reach the final 2. His ATP debut came at the Sofia Open, where as a qualifier he reached the main draw and defeated the defending champion in the first round. This year he's been in quarterfinals of 5 challenger events and is yet to drop a set en route to Surbiton's last 8. Because of the NTC Player Access Program, which supports players ranked inside the world's top 250. From the Isle of Man, please welcome Billy Harris.
You can grab.
Our chair umpire for today's match is Robert Balmore of Great Britain. And ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the players and your fellow spectators, we ask that you turn all mobile phones and all audible devices to silent during the match, and please refrain from using flash photography.
Once again, welcome back to Centre Court at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, where we are closing in on the business end of the competition. That means it's quarterfinals day, and Billy Harris is the last Brit standing in the singles. Can he get the better of the very experienced Mikhail Kukushkin, former top 40 competitor? This is the first of 2 men's matches that will round out the day's competition and complete the semi-final lineup. Here is Billy Harris back on centre court for the first time since his first round win here in Surbiton. For the 2nd year in a row, he beat the hugely talented Chinese teenager Jerry Shang, currently ranked inside the world's top 100. That was a straight sets win for Harris, but it got tight in the 2nd set, 6-3, 7-6 the scoreline. Backed it up elsewhere around the grounds with another straight sets win over Tristan Skulcake of Australia. And that brings him into a rematch with Kukushkin, the 2 of them having faced off in Switzerland earlier this season. And Kukushkin a 3-set winner on that occasion.
Ladies and gentlemen, this quarter-final will be the best of 3 tiebreak sets. Mikhail Kukushkin won the toss and chose to receive.
Very familiar with the surroundings here, the Kazakh. He's played 2 matches. They've both taken place on this court. They've both been against British players. So I'm not sure how many fans he has left in the stands, but he won't mind a bit. He's a very experienced competitor, has spent so many years on the Pro Tour, overcome a lot to still be out here competing. And he's shown his class in his previous 2 matches. Wins respectively over Arthur Ferry in the first round, 6-3, 6-2. And Paul Jubb, who was present as a qualifier, much less straightforward in the 2nd round, but he ramped it up in the key moments and played clean, comprehensive tennis. Kukushkin to turn things around for the 1-6, 6-3, 6-2 scoreline. And not the only Kazakh on center court today. Bibit Zukayev to take on Lloyd Harris in the second of center court's ATP Challenger Tour quarterfinals. This event being played alongside an ITF W100 women's event. Alison van Ertvank and Tatiana Maria, two accomplished players on the lawn, through in the first two matches of the day. Harris keeping the British flag flying in the singles here in Surbiton. There has been success for the Brits in the doubles competition. Julian Cash alongside Rob Galloway into the doubles final, courtesy of a walkover, and Lloyd Glasspool playing alongside Yuki Bambri of India, hopeful of progressing to that final stage as they take on the number 4 seeds later on today. And Harris, hopeful of his best career run here in Surbiton. Made the main draw last season, but didn't reach this stage. Looking to extend his stay as this tournament is staged at this venue presently for the final time. It will move to Birmingham next year. Same week, same level, 125 event, but different location.
First set, Billy Harris to serve.
Well, this was Kukushkin's choice. And as such, Billy Harris will launch this match. Second meeting between the pair.
Billy.
Going to be some big baseline hitting in this match. And at this stage in the tournament, neither player going to waste their time getting warmed up. They're ready to go. Getting some real pop on that serve already today, Harris. One of the warmer days in Surbiton this week, just the amount of exposure to the sun. No clouds on the horizon, no rain today.
Second set.
Quick conditions when these two faced off earlier this year indoors in Lugano. Kukushkin winning a lopsided deciding set there, 6-1, the scoreline back in March.
Game, Harris.
Harris not holding back in that first game, absolutely winning every ball. And looking to impose himself at the beginning of this quarter-final clash. He's got good support in the stands. His dad, Jeff, is here. I can see Leon Smith from the LTA and Colin Beecher, who's head coach now at the National Tennis Center, who's had a lot to do with Harris in recent weeks, was out with him in Paris at Roland Garros, where he made the final round of qualifying. In a brutally close match there. That actually called first set Billy Harris when a line call was questioned. And he lost that set and the match in straights, but a very tight straight sets clash, 7-6, 7-5. Has turned it around quickly to produce on the grass.
15.
Both players on court with very strong backhand sides that take some breaking down. Harris looking to go into that two-handed wing with depth today.
Ah! 30-15.
Nicely done, gave himself the options and the time there, Kukushkin, to play with Harris. He's backed off and anticipating the drive. Perfect moment to cut that ball short. Looking to absolutely bludgeon that ball. He's a guy, he's nicknamed Billy the Machine, Billy, because he's played so many matches over the years to get himself up, build himself up to where he is in the rankings. His body just never gives up. And it's all out attack here. No response to a serve like that, though. High-level precision from Kukushkin. Both players on the board at the beginning of this one. Also in the black head t-shirt at the back of the court there, Ned Smith. Hitting partner for Billy Harris. He's travelled with him a bit, got out on the road, and he's looking to start a pro career himself, playing some ITF qualifying events. Credits traveling and hitting with Billy over the last few years as having a big part in his own development. Played the Progress Tour event in Cromer last week, a grass court event, prize money event. Good playing opportunities there with Barry Fulcher.
Out!
to keep control of the exchange after that net cord.
30-15.
Didn't disrupt his flow, his rhythm, and his focus in the point. And Kukushkin upping the heaviness on the forehand, just looking to make Harris do a bit more work and have a harder time going for Brock. Harris now displaying the fact that he can rally for days if required.
Seated.
Harris leads the game to one. Wild card on a winning streak here in Surbiton, back-to-back triumphs, getting him into this last 8 stage. Looking to complete the semi-finals here in Surbiton today. So let's check in with where things sit as we head into the weekend. One of the semi-final lineups completed. Leandro Riedi was first winner of the day, the Swiss player getting the better of Shintaro Mochizuki of Japan. That was a straight sets win, 6-4, 6-1. So really to take on Brandon Nakashima, the number 6 seed, beating his fellow American Zachary Svider, who took Dan Evans out of competition on this court in a bit of a controversial match yesterday with some contested line falls at big moments. Svider was cool, calm and collected, but Nakashima too strong, 7-6, 6-3 to set up that meeting with Riedi tomorrow. The winner of this clash to take on the winner of the match upcoming after it, Lloyd Harris up against Bibit Zukayev. So Kukushkin without the breakthrough he was looking for when he opted to receive just yet.
Fifteen left. Tila.
That's a devastating angle, biting through the sideline. These two so steady at the baseline. It's going to take that level of precision to get each other off balance.
LTA 15. LTA. Black first set. Game, Kukushkin.
Steadily done by Mikhail Kukushkin.
2 games all.
Capitalizing on the early advantage in the game. Even all these years after making his pro debut, he's looking for a first in Surbiton. Kukushkin, he's holding 18 singles titles across ITF and Challenger competition. But he's never won a title on grass. Only surface he's missing. 7 singles trophies on play. Double digits of titles on hard courts. There's a lot of positive reinforcement coming from, I can hear Colin Beecher in particular on the Harris coaching bench. Very impressed with Harris' developments recently. He actually said it at the beginning of this week that it was Harris' return that was really the most improved element of his game. But the forehand has always been second place to the backhand as far as his tennis off the ground goes, and it's more variation in that forehand wing now, and saw a little bit of it there. Kukushkin can work his own backhand so well in terms of keeping it flat, but also taking the pace off there, knowing that Harris has come out here to make a statement and asking him to do the generating. Just giving the Brit more opportunity to miss. It's definitely slowed down proceedings here, big point. Yeah, he's been going huge, looking to make an impact, Harris. And that was a tight moment, though, in which to do so. Might prove costly if he can't keep each point in isolation. Break point.
Game to
Oh,
push
tough
in.
one. He thought it was long,
leads
Harris.
3 games to 2.
I think there are a couple of people in the stands who maybe felt the same. And it's a significant moment. Steady work off the ground from Kukushkin.
I'm sure it was in.
Changing things up and swinging the scoreboard into his favour. First break.
Definitely on the line, definitely.
Full conviction from the chair on this occasion, saying definitely on the line. And that might explain the difficult bounce of it. Harris leaning out. I've got to say, one of the players who competed on centre court yesterday did tell me after the match that they walked out and were immediately aware of how tough it is to call the lines on centre now that the court's been played in and the baseline is so scuffed up. It is a thankless task being one of the officials here, and these two have been absolutely ripping the ball at times, playing tight to the lines. Intentional start to this match for Harris, but Kukushkin just able to control the tempo in the previous game. Time to test out his return game, Harris, because the break does not count until it's been backed up. Kukushkin 3-2.
Thank you, take a seat quickly, please. Thank you.
All right, then, that's the return. He's drawn praise in recent weeks. It's very hard for these competitors not to get lost in the match situation, but he came out here with clarity, Harris. Barely missed out on getting results for it in the previous game.
No, sti cazzi, no. Uscirò prima o poi. Oppure piove, mi faccio una bacinata d'acqua. Oh, ho sentito una goccia d'acqua.
Slow fade.
Mamma mia. Sei tu che sei così. Non esiste.
15-30.
Vado. Mai visto. Ma non esiste. Ma non esiste. Non sono reale. Avevi detto 5 dentro? No, vabbè, ma è folto. Però potrebbe essere una
It's only the second serve that he's not. Well, sorry, only the second serve that he's had to play in this set so far, Kukushkin. He's 14 of 16 first serves, relentlessly high percentage. But he's lost both his second serve points. So here comes Harris, double break back point.
30-40.
Comunque Gugushin è proprio quello là determina. Lui che si è bloccato in aeroporto.
I'm just not sure on the backhand. Harris hooked off the court.
Una specie di potere ogni volta che dici sta cosa sbaglia.
There's a gulf of a difference between the number of first serves put in play. 89% for Kukushkin, 39% for Harris. Hence going big on the second serve. That number just not where he wants it to be. Absolute wall at the back of the court.
Advantage Kukushkin.
It's rare that Harris meets his match at these events in that department these days.
Juice.
On the reach. Still looking to maximize those angles.
Advantage
It's a big
Kukushkin.
decision to attempt that drop shot, Harris, with Kukushkin off and back on the other side of the court. A little ambitious with the pace of play off the ground right now. But Kukushkin's consistency can pressurize into that kind of decision making.
Let's first serve.
Saw the intent of the first few games, just coming out of the blocks firing, letting Kukushkin know what he had to contend with and making an impact and a statement. Right now he's down a break, he's just got to build himself into things with a little more care, and he got it right on that occasion.
Advantage Harris.
And back we go. Does not count until it's been backed up, the break of serve. And 3 break points later, Billy Harris back on serve. Tighten the screws at the back of the court. Played with a touch more security, while keeping good length of shot, inserting the angle at the right moments.
Love.
Yeah, that's the first serve he's been looking for. He's made his mark with that serve, even if he's not landing as many first deliveries as he'd like, and he's still below 50% landed, Harris. But Kukushkin standing way back to receive, up against the backboards, opening up the space and opportunity. Caught out with the tighter second serve positioning, so he's just lost his way a little there, Kukushkin, as Harris has reined it in adequately as far as the rallying situation goes. From a breakdown to 4-3.
Thanks, Wilder.
You seem to be saying something on the way to this change of ends, Kukushkin.
Time.
I wonder if he's a little under the weather. There was maybe something going around. If so, he's not going to enjoy how much he'll have to exert himself to get the victory today against a man who did contest a 3-setter with him on the meeting earlier this season. just about saw it through. Had to be so patiently played by the Kazakh. For a moment there, Billy Harris is a tall guy. It looked like there was not quite enough height, but it went to the right zone over his backhand shoulder. Makes it awkward to get any power on that shot. Good enough.
Vote!
Still hasn't won a point behind that second serve, Kukushkin. He's now 0 of 4. If that first serve percentage drops, it's a real opening of a door. There's no intention of letting it though. That's his first ace.
Vote!
He was just carving around the outside of the ball, Kukushkin. And that backhand line of his stays so low. It's impressive, his consistency with it when there's such little margin for error there. First serve remains strong. And if he is to take this set, Kukushkin, that'll be the cornerstone. Stops the wildcards win streak from building. Just the 2 games on the trot for Harris. He's got to start from scratch again at 4-all.
Marginal.
That is brutal. The difference of the foundation of a first serve makes. Looking to get that percentage up above the 50% mark in terms of those shots landed in this game.
LTA.
Oh, this is huge stuff. It's the mindset he brought into the match, but the security has gone up a level in this game. That's as perfect a service hold as you're going to see all week. And what a time for it from the wild card. He has trailed by a break in this set. Now the pressure is on Mikhail Kukushkin as he will serve to stay in it. It's been such a journey for Billy Harris over the past couple of seasons. At 29, he's not at the younger end of the scale as far as a professional tennis player's career goes, but he's invested. It's a well-known story of the years he spent traveling the ITF circuit ahead of COVID in a Ford Transit van to be able to afford to compete.
Time.
But since then, just committing to the grind. Long stints on the roads at entry-level tournaments to amass the ranking points he needed to keep climbing. End of last year, won his very first ATP match at the age of 28 in Sofia, Bulgaria, at an event that he qualified for, Harris. That was indoors. He's showing that he has the weapons to thrive in a faster environment. Did indicate that last year as well. Made the third round of qualifying at Wimbledon. Kukushkin serving to stay in this set.
15.
No!
30 love.
A strong start to the game makes all the difference. Harris fully aware of the impact he'd made in the previous game and the importance of capitalizing in one of the first 2 points here. Fighting frustration now.
Oh!
And once again, he's just wobbled in terms of walking the tightrope, the balance between that ferocity that he's looking to impose and being secure enough to actually make Kukushkin feel the moment. Water off his back there, the Kazakh holding on swiftly. So the tables turn.
Oh! Out!
Love 15.
Oh, extra gear.
Love 30.
Well, he offered an apology. It wasn't the cleanest connection here, Kukushkin, but he was so quick to capitalize. He's been the more level of the two in this set. Harris' peak has been higher, but Kukushkin has been steadier. There's such efficient rallying from Kukushkin.
Love 14.
The ever so slight switches and spin on the ball that just keep Harris adjusting as he goes toe-to-toe. And responding to Harris' love hold with one of his own has really sent a message. Triple break point. It's a phenomenal survival and break point down.
14.
Just stretching Kukushkin enough to buy himself a little bit of time after being on the scramble from the first ball. That's tenacity. Oh, come on. What better time
14.
to add to the highlights reel than break points down? He had to run so far, Kukushkin, that he was well on the skid off the side of the tram line, the perfect moment for the drop shot. An encouraging degree of clarity and focus there, and sharp vision from Harris. Three incredible points. He doesn't have to back down, Harris. He doesn't have to abandon that aggressive mindset. It's just picking the moment. So much security on all the forehands, leading to the flattening out of the finish. Time and again, Kukushkin reminding you not to forget about him. There was ludicrous length on the forehand from a defensive position on the second ball. Piled the pressure on, and it's still on the board. Fourth break point.
Jews. Advantage, Kukushkin.
If he has broken here, Harris, and if he ultimately loses the set, he is going to look at that statistic of the percentage of first serves landed. He is a full 40% behind his opponent. He almost seemed surprised that that one found the mark. And Kukushkin was locked in from the offset. Patience in the face of some dramatic winners from the opposition in that game. And the current world number 136 shows his level. He'll serve for the opening set. Even the best in the world are just like us at the end of the day. Oh dear. Two challenger titles to his name this season for Kukushkin, won those back-to-back. It had been a period of 6 years without a trophy, so that shows you the shift that he's put in and the hunger he still has out here.
Time.
Harris himself able to make his way to his first challenger final. But if he were to hang on in this match and ultimately go all the way in Surbiton, it would be by far his biggest trophy to date, his most recent coming at the ITF level, an M25 event in his birth city of Nottingham a couple of years ago.
Love 15. Let first serve.
Key moment. Just 7 looks at the second serve for Harris in this entire set, a very tightly contested set that's lasted almost an hour. That's one of only 2 points now that Kukushkin has won behind it. Oh, wow. So ready for the body return, Kukushkin, behind yet another second delivery. Fully pulled the trigger on that forehand. No reservation. Absolutely unplayable. The flatness of the backhand behind the serve with Harris on the scramble to the other end of the court. Having been dragged way off the sideline here, there's just no recovery ability up against that flatness of backhand. Just slightly more measured from Mikhail Kukushkin. And a lot more first serves in play. Just about get him across the finish line of the first set. Well contested for almost an hour for the former world number 39. Showing his level in some major moments and coming through. See, that doesn't tell you much, because Harris is winning more of his second serve points. The info that you need is that he's just not landing anywhere near as many first serves, Harris. He's below 50% for the set. Kukushkin's at 80%. There's a whole lot of difference in that 30% between the two. And it's the biggest difference from a very tightly contested opening set. Much tighter, by the way, than any of the 3 sets that they played in Lugano, Switzerland, a handful of months ago. Kukushkin building some form, and he's got to be so pleased with himself, the number 5 seed, after the quick turnaround from Roland Garros, qualified for the main draw there. From clay to grass without missing a beat.
Second set, Harris.
Getting some input from Colin Beecher there, Billy Harris. There's a lot of positive stuff to take away from that first set. If he had more first serves, who knows? And he's got to think about how well into this match he is.
Love 15.
He finds his footing so quickly, Kukushkin. So you've got to knock him away with that first punch. Just like that. And that's why that percentage made such a difference.
30-15.
I mentioned partway through that first set the difference between positioning from Kukushkin on first serve returns and second serve returns. And behind the Harris second serve, he's immediately engaged and on level pegging.
Seat 30.
That's the building block he was looking for.
First game, second set.
It's been a while since he was up on the board, Harris. It will feel like it's a him. It's not been so long since he was up in the rankings. His career high of number 181 achieved this season. It's been a long, persistent, but steady climb up the rankings for him as recently as 2021 off the back of COVID. He was ranked outside the world's top 800. It's been a brilliant tale of resilience for him. Always grateful to his sponsors. He will shout out Mark Smith in particular, who ran a sofa company and invested in him for a while just to keep him playing, to give him the backing to go out and play the tournaments he needed to in some less than ideal places, to amass the ranking points, to get up to the challenges and the ATP events that he's contesting now. It's just the confidence of the service hold.
15.
And the depth into Kukushkin. He can still keep the attacking mindset without just teeing off at the lines. Ripping the ball again, flattening it out, but with margin.
30.
And the difficulty for Kukushkin is not necessarily reaching it, but getting underneath the ball. A flat strike on the grass course. The surface doubles it in terms of devastating effects. Just came off that volley. It was awkward, so high on the backhand side, Kukushkin, but
Love 40.
he didn't accelerate through this point the way he would have wanted to. He's played that casually. And he might just reap the consequences. Triple break point.
15 faults. Game.
Pressure does tell. Well, he's broken back in this match, Billy Harris, but this is the first time he's led by a break. Credit to him for keeping his head in the game. There were some really frustrating moments at the back end of the first set, but so much to draw on as well. It would have been remarkable.
Love 15.
Credit to Kukushkin for keeping a handle on this. He'd already tracked this forehand. I think he knew it was going cross. But it would have been out of reach.
Out!
15. C 15.
First serve points went in this set.
15.
4 of 4 for Harris. It's an absolute game changer.
Game Harris.
And he has Kukushkin responding to him with far more regularity now.
Harris leads 3 games to love.
Wildcard back on the winning path. Billy Harris controlling the contest in this second set.
Time.
The women's semi-final lineup complete here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Still looking for the final lineup for the men's event. the winner of this match between Kukushkin and Harris to face either Lloyd Harris or Zukayev, who will contest the final match of the day on center court. A lot of life still left in this one, though. There's no change of story as far as the Kukushkin second serve goes. That was getting exposed up until the very last game of the opening set when he'd worn Harris down. Just didn't have to play as many of them.
First serve. Fifteen. C15.
I'm mixing up the spots on the serve nicely since that love 15 deficit. And if there's any length off the return, he is all over it.
Oh!
40-30.
There's so much good stuff about the way Billy Harris is carrying himself in this set. Just keeping his shoulders up, making himself a presence on the court between those 2 points. Following through with the energy. That's well done by Kukushkin, because Harris looking to keep his positioning really tight to the court. So he doesn't have as much recovery time to cover the angle back behind. And that's intelligently played by the Kazakh to climb into contention in this second set.
Harris leads 3 games to 1.
Harris a couple of points away from the double break. But anything's still possible in set 2.
You can throw him to the player, mate. Throw him to the player. That'll be easy. Thank you.
Love.
Yeah, not sure about the drop shot right behind the serve from Harris. As deep as Kukushkin standing to receive here, he's quickly up the court behind. And that drop shot has lingered in the air. Kukushkin's response much tighter to the net.
This one.
30-15.
How many? Out!
30-all.
He's not going to like that, Harris.
30-14.
Feels like he's been so close so many times. And this devastating length of shot, definitely back of the line there, that just rocks him back. No pace on that ball for him to use. Give Kukushkin an inch, he might just take a mile. Break back point here.
Out!
Go!
Juice.
Some of the heaviest forehands that Harris has played today. A lot of shape up the back of that ball. High level patience in a pressure moment. How lethal was that spin serve out wide? It's curling off the court like a lasso. And that, the perfect moment to insert the drop shot. Kukushkin's got a mile to run to get back in contention. Quality couple of points to close a massive service hold. And the last Brit standing in singles competition, still leading the way in set 2. Billy Harris.
Oh, just time, Billy. But
on his way to forcing a decider.
Time.
As Carlos Alcaraz and Yannick Sinner battle it out in the semi-finals of the tournament these two guys were participating in less than 2 weeks ago. Kukushkin and Harris continue their battles to make the semi-finals of the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Harris got to take so much confidence from how he handled the close back end of that previous game.
$15.
Just leaning out of the forehand, Harris, when it's deep to him.
LTA 15.
Once again, it's calmly done by Kukushkin.
Harris leads 4 games to 2.
His last 2 matches against Brits, Arthur Ferry and Paul Jubb. He's sustained himself and watched his opponents get frustrated. Harris proving tougher to crack today. He's held on impressively in the second set after slim margins in the first. Almost robbed it, Kukushkin. A touch too good from Billy Harris. And that was the MVP at the point, the angled forehand that allowed him up the court. Thought the first volley would be enough, Harris. Steady enough to come through with the second.
13. 41.
Back-to-back aces. Takes him a step away from double digits.
Game Harris.
And that will do nicely. Full control of this second set for Billy Harris. Getting that first serve where he wants it and competing with confidence off the ground. He's one game away from taking us to a deciding set. Upping the accuracy. Would have got to know Colin Beecher and his coaching box a lot better over the course of the latter months of last year. Harris, when the Davis Cup Finals group stage took place in Manchester, very close to home for Harris as far as birthplace goes. He wasn't part of the squad, but he was as a player, but he was there as part of the support squad in Manchester alongside Dan Evans, Andy Murray, Cam Norrie, Jack Draper. And it was Jack that said that Harris was ruling the roost as far as the darts competition was going behind the scenes. Most likely to hit the bullseye. Getting that serving precision now to put the pressure on Kukushkin. He would love a breakthrough for the set, Harris, and the opportunity to use the scoreboard in the third.
Club. Club.
Great touch on the reach. Really important for Harris to at least land a dent in this game. He held to love for 5 games in the opening set, and yet then saw a run of 3 games against him. It's not a done deal here.
40-15.
Almost.
Harris leads 5 games to 3.
I think a sigh of relief there for Kukushkin. 3 sets the other day against Paul Jubb. Would rather avoid another long day at the office, particularly deep in the day, as was the case against Jubb. That's what may well be on his hands. Billy Harris here serving for the second set.
15.
Fault!
He's locked into can't miss mode here, Kukushkin. Just seems marginally the looser of the two players.
Love 13.
And only at the Surbiton Trophy. Free viewing from the rooftop. Got a good look at Andy Murray from there last year as he made his way to the title, which is up for grabs this year, defending champion having not returned. And the second serve is coming back into play at the worst moment. 3 points, 3 second serves. Massive point to win as momentum starts to swing. Don't think Kukushkin noticed that Harris had slipped at the beginning of this rally, or he might not have hit right back into his opponent. Balance back. Execution on point. That's so clutch. It's ace number 10. And what a moment for him. This is so well struck. Space was there, but he didn't overplay. Harris just up the back of the ball. Good acceleration. And here is set point.
Jeez.
No, the composure is of the highest level. He's completely lost his rhythm off the back of the net cord. He's forced to switch up, and yet his eyes never leave that ball. Keeps low to deliver. Well, as this game extends, it becomes a massive one in the wider context of the match. Harris would back himself to get some momentum going at the start of a third set. Kukushkin would feel so close to getting this done in straights.
First serve.
And it's played at the right moment. He just waits to pull the trigger there, Harris. Extra gear off the ground. And a third set point. He's got such versatility on his backhand side, Kukushkin. It's very noteworthy. He will calmly keep asking questions. It's up to Harris to come through with the answer.
Advantage Kukushkin.
And as he tightens the screws at the baseline, Kukushkin is confusing Harris in a moment where physically a lot is being asked of him, serving again and again. Overcomplicating things for the wild card. Well, he became a human trampoline, stretched across the back of the court there, Kukushkin, and bringing every ball back. That throws a significant spanner in the works for the wild card. He had multiple set points on serve, 3 total.
Probably going to look something like this if it was on an ELC image, but it's
non-converted. Kukushkin right back on serve in set number 2. He's building match confidence this season, Kukushkin. Mentioned the back-to-back challenger titles won. Got a very strong differential of wins to losses on the season, going for win number 33 today to just 13 losses. So he's packed in the match play, and that just gives a greater amount of mental security when faced with those tight scoreboard situations. Having broken through a 3-deuce game there, converting his very first break point, he'll be confident, the Kazakh. Of building some momentum of his own in this second set. How quickly can Harris hit reset? Because he is still just one game away from the set here, and if he can break through, it would arguably be the better scenario, serving first in the third, but it's not what he wanted. He just wanted to serve it out, get it done, and not leave open the window of opportunity, which is very much ajar.
Love.
Too far from dramatic, but absolutely vital points there that have gone away from Harris. And for Kukushkin, that's ideal. Playing within himself in this game and still leading 40-love, and he knows that he's taking the air out of the balloon, the wind out of the sails for Harris. His sheer resilience. That is so professional, so efficient from Kukushkin. He's ranked almost 100 spots below his career high, but if he continues playing tennis like this, he's going to get right back into the world's elite top 100. Three games on the bounce in this set. Harris has been a game away from both sets. On both occasions, he's held to love to get there, and Kukushkin hasn't blinked. He's been more demonstrative, Harris, particularly more recently, and it's completely understandable. He had 3 set points on serve. This was in touching distance, and you can only credit the Kazakh for the wall he became in those moments. Gave absolutely nothing. Taking more to go after his shots, so that's a massive point with time to think about that forehand. committing through.
All.
It would have been nothing short of miraculous if he'd come back from that position, Harris. That service game for the set was so long. You can feel the momentum shifting. He'd only dropped 6 points on serve in this set, Harris, before that back and forth exchange. That stat deteriorating, break point down. Clinical execution.
Juice.
Under the weight of extreme pressure there, that is huge from Harris. Well, that happened fast. Brutally brilliant from Billy Harris.
Harris leads 6 games to 5.
From break point down, he absolutely threw the kitchen sink there. I think Mikhail Kukushkin might have some whiplash, that happened so quickly. Momentum suddenly stalled. And he will serve to force a tiebreak.
Two.
Time.
He thought for a moment that he'd be serving for the match here, Kukushkin. Now he's serving to stay in the set.
Love 15.
He's gone into lockdown mode here, Harris. It's like he's 5 love down. And he's decided to go for everything quickly with optimum impact.
15 all.
Wait.
Back edge of the back edge.
15-30.
Thanks, mate.
It's phenomenal channeling of frustration, the way he was able to hold the previous game, Harris, as it was fading fast. And every time Kukushkin just regains control of the tempo.
30 all.
Sees himself up the court so smoothly.
Oh. 40-30.
Oh!
Game. Kukushkin.
And this set does get the tiebreak it deserved.
6 games all tiebreak.
Harris furious with himself for what he believes are cheap errors, but it's the accumulation of pressure. It's the set points that came and went on his own serve, and the length of time this match has gone on for now. We're just 5 minutes off the 2-hour mark, and we've not even completed the second set. It's draining stuff.
Zero Harris.
Yeah.
2-0 Harris.
It's been rare that Kukushkin misses a neutral rally ball like that. It's a lot on the line for him here in terms of the physicality that a third set would require. It's taking some serious mettle for Harris
3-0
to shut the door on the second set that has been, and to commit to each and every point with the same resilience. Measured tennis here. And he's edging Kukushkin now in the department that he's dominated the whole match. Steadiness in those baseline exchanges.
Harris.
Just a sign of fatigue there. Not having the discipline to get around the forehand the way that he needed to. Something for Kukushkin to draw on, and it needed to happen early in the tiebreak.
Harris.
Time is fine.
4-2 Harris.
Well, that feels absolutely huge for Kukushkin's hopes heading into the change of ends. There's a major difference between 5-1 and 4-2. He's not gone over yet, said Robert Barnforth in the chair. I wonder if that's Kukushkin just making a comment about the time Harris is taking to serve. I don't know.
Harris.
Well, he's been down in every possible scoreboard situation so far in this clash. Kukushkin 5-4 down in the first set, 5-2 down in the second. Since then, 4-1 in the tiebreak. On the previous two occasions, he's come back strong. And once again, he's minimizing Harris' margin for error. He has the answers here.
Five-3 Harris.
It was a very difficult ball to manufacture that drop shot off. Double-handed slice on the backhand side. Big boost. goodness, take a bow, both. The bounce back ability has reached new heights here for Kukushkin.
5-4,
Just
Harris.
won't let go. How can you hit that flat down the lines and not miss? That's why he's been ranked as high as he has been inside the world's top 40. Still has to hold these service points. Pushing.
Six for Harris.
There is next to nothing in it. And so the strong start to this tiebreak for Harris might just offer the biggest helping hand. It's been half an hour since he had his last set points. Now he has 2 more.
6-5, Harris.
This set point number 5, but the 4th on serve for the wild card. Decider sounds good to Billy Harris. After over 2 hours of competition, the British wildcard has taken this the distance. And with a span of about half an hour between his first set points and the final 5th point, that puts the number 5 seed in serious danger. Huge mental and physical effort.
You want to go to the toilet?
From the world number 201. And breathe, my word, what a set. Finally, Kukushkin cracked, just catching up to him at the end, the slow starts, and how much closer could those stats be? Not much at all. Fairly reflects how little there was between the two in that lengthy second set, about an hour for each of the sets that have been played in this match so far. And Harris, crucially, creeping his first serve percentage up. And he would have backed himself, having seen how close the opener was, if he could improve those first serve numbers to really make this a battle. And Kukushkin's having ongoing words, I think, with the chair. You can understand his frustration, the amount he invested in that set, only to get beaten at the final hurdle. But he's been starting slow throughout the contest, really. Back end of the first set, had to turn it around from 4-5, then 2-5 down in the second set. 1-4 in the tiebreak was just a step too far.
Harris has entered the facility.
Copies, Harris, enter the facility. Can I just check these changing clothes or just the toilet?
He's changing his shirt.
Okay, copy. Toilet break for Billy Harris, 2 minutes remaining.
Copy, Harris is leaving the facility.
Copied, Harris leaves facility, thank you. It's new balls now, Billy. This yeah.
Time.
Well, one of the biggest points of interest in this third and final set is going to be how much Mikhail Kukushkin has left in the tank. Had a longer stay on the clay of Roland Garros than his opponent today. Was taken to 3 sets in his most recent match against Paul Jubb. Clawed back the second set, only to get beaten at the tape. The consolation prize for the Kazakh is that he's serving first in set 3. The chance to build a scoreboard advantage that he's not had since the early stages of the first set.
Whoa!
Love.
Whoa!
You'd expect both players to start a little slowly at the beginning of this third set. Kukushkin maybe just due to the wear and tear of the match. He did crack a little more at the back end of the second, but Harris, there'll be a hangover because he did up his level to a 6th gear at the back end of the second set. He was break point down for Kukushkin to serve for it.
How many of them are you missing?
Fired some absolute bombs. And he's getting increasingly frustrated with his inconsistency off the ground, just feeling like he's offering Kukushkin more cheap points than the Kazakh has been giving him.
Game. Kukushkin. This game, final set.
Well, that was much needed for the current world number 136. A reminder of all the winning he's been doing this year, 32 match wins to his name in 2024. Most of them coming on hard courts, which is the surface where most of his pro titles have been amassed. And that does include his 2 Challenger trophies this season.
Love 15.
Oh, it's a difference of a millimeter there. Second serve, very back edge of the service box. Mentally, that makes all the difference. Because of those first serve woes Harris had in set 1 that really ultimately made the difference. Back-to-back double faults would have been tough to shoulder.
Okay, 15-30.
He really got the crowd engaged with his resilience in that second set, Harris. Number of highlights sprinkled in as well. His energy's dropped, their energy's dropped. It's on him to bring them back into things. He was able to use that. That's phenomenal. That's the point he needed to up the ante once again.
Third
There's a reason Kukushkin's trying to break the backhand down out here. Applause from the opposition in response to this. The new and improved layers of the forehand showing through.
T14.
Just able to rush Harris on that wing. On this occasion, depth of return he was looking for. Harris has dipped here. Kukushkin has been able to maintain a level. And that could make the difference in these early stages. First break point.
Ball!
Kukushkin.
And there it is. That's absolutely
Kukushkin
commendable
leads 2 games to love.
resolve from the former world number 39. I remember hearing a coach say recently that you don't judge the quality of player by their top level. It's by their second and third levels, what they have that's underneath that's going to be there whatever happens. And Kukushkin has this maintainable level of tennis in him. Absolutely brutal blow, the loss of the second set. And he's back playing as if nothing ever happened.
Hey!
15 love. Love.
It's flashes of ferocity right now for Harris.
15.
It's whether those punches that he's landing can really leave their mark. Just feels like they're too interspersed at the moment to really get under Kukushkin's skin. He can sense that maybe he is physically wearing Harris down here. And certainly his opponent giving off more on a mental level in terms of the totally understandable frustration that he's feeling off the back of a well-earned second set.
Okay, Kukushkin.
Leaking more in this decider, Billy Harris.
Kukushkin leads 3 games to love.
Up against one of the most experienced competitors in the initial field here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, and Kukushkin looking to underline that fact. It's just the one break, but the scoreboard states an emphatic 3-love advantage. And what a draw it was to kickstart the week here in Surbiton. Always a strong 1-2-5 here in the first week of the grass court season. But seeds have fallen. Top seed Alex Mickelson hasn't really had a lot of exposure to the lawns yet, the young American. Dan Evans really struggled to deal with some line calls that he wasn't agreeing with on this court yesterday. Eventually bowed out to Zachary Spider. So what was already an intriguing field became even more open. And as things stand, Mikhail Kukushkin really does have a target on his back.
Love 15.
Highest ranked player, highest seeded player left in the tournament, Kukushkin at number 5. Brandon Nakashima is number 6.
Come on.
15 all.
Scoreboard starting to get on top of him, Harris. And his frustration with himself, just tightening him up off the ground. It's so in his head that he's missing more in this set.
Come on.
30 all.
Playing with danger, Harris. It wasn't actually the cleanest hit on the forehand, I don't think, but it works out for him. And he's got to be looking to switch it up on the forehand. If he's not landing the strikes that he was before, at least try and make Kukushkin uncomfortable as he rallies.
Oh!
Juice.
Looks like he's struggling for focus, Harris. It's been a long, taxing match. Currently 2.5 hours in length. But if he's let off the hook here, could swing the storyline. That's an unreal survival from Harris. The layers of the forehand coming through on the defense.
Leads 3-1.
Kukushkin, as he wore his opponent down, would have thought he'd done enough with the angle into that one-handed wing. Well, the ball slid back over the net with lethal flight. Long day in the stands for the team, and Dad Jeff on the far right of your vision there. They won't mind anything as long as it's an ultimate win. Long way to go. It's a massive, massive first point to win. The combined length of the previous game and the length of this exchange that had the potential to be a real momentum setter or a momentum shifter. Kukushkin swings it in his direction.
Love.
There's a reason matches on the grass courts tend to be a little shorter in length than this match has been. Don't want to be either of these guys when they wake up tomorrow morning with the sorest legs from how low they've had to keep to the ground and how many rallies.
(40-15).
Perfect way to avoid them. Nail your first serve.
Okay, Kukushkin.
Statement service hold for Mikhail Kukushkin.
Kukushkin leads 4-1.
Just brings Billy Harris back to earth and reminds him who's been dictating this deciding set. It was a valiant hold from the wild card. But the world number 136 still in prime position to take the decider. And still a match to come on centre court. It is tough being fourth on the schedule on a day when one of the matches has gone beyond the 2.5-hour mark, and all the matches are followed by as well. There's no not before time. So Bibit Zakayev and Lloyd Harris will have had a long afternoon waiting for their opportunity to get on court. They'll be out here swiftly off the back of this one, but who knows when it ends. Well, he needs the crowd now more than ever. Billy Harris, once again serving from a breakdown.
$15. $50.
It's a big ball behind the first serve.
30-15.
All self-generated, full swing through behind great depth on the return. As the rallies lengthen, as the match lengthens, I should say, it's going to take a lot to keep producing that in back-to-back points.
That's yours.
The drop shot has actually improved as the match has worn on from Harris.
40-30.
Just this insight as to when to use it, and maybe Kukushkin with a little less in his legs at this point, as much as he's rarely showing it from the baseline, a bit slower off the mark to track that.
Juice.
First serve percentage has dropped again fractionally in this set for Harris. He's winning only 38% of his second serve points. It's 30% less than his opponent. Just being asked to generate on the majority of rally balls now, Harris. Kukushkin baiting him into the misses. And the wildcards, brilliant campaign, now hanging by a thread. Break point for the double break.
Come on.
Juice. Advantage, Harris.
That is sheer resilience. Something that Harris has learned throughout the course of his pro career. His is an inspiring story for anyone that's not taken the quick path to the professional game. He's grounded out. He's backed himself, Harris, when other people haven't backed him. And he's got to keep picking himself in this match.
Hug!
15 love.
That's blistering.
15 all.
His vision hasn't always been this sharp, Harris, in the deciding set. But it was reminiscent of the back end of the second, the way he just lifted his level for that previous hold. Extra bit of fire at work now. Well, we've seen on centre court already today in the women's draw just how quickly things can turn if chances aren't taken. Break point to serve for the match in the previous game for Kukushkin. A close game that fell his opponent's way, and now the scoreboard swings.
Well.
That's great clarity. under some weight of pressure here, Kukushkin. And as the physical pressure mounts, got to expose each other's legs, the use of that forecourt as they linger behind the baseline. Abandon on the forehand on the stretch from Harris. He holds nothing back from this position. Total commitment. Far from the first time he's done this, and in a critical situation as well. Break back point. Service hold gave him a new lease of life. Kukushkin gracious there. There were a couple of cries out during the point as Harris raced up the court. He didn't flicker. And once again, adrenaline might be replenishing some of the dying energy resources for Billy Harris. This is a really impressive effort to draw things back level in terms of the set being back on serve. As clean as he's been from the back of the court.
Time.
He couldn't fend off the Harris fight back in the second set, Kukushkin, when he was so close, when he had break point to serve for the match, and he's just been in a very similar situation in this set. With a break point to serve for it. That's even more brutal than the slight advantage that evaporated in set 2. Harris serving to literally level and game score.
Good. 15-all. Third C 15.
First serve fire. Big moments for it.
Looks just long.
pulled off the strings.
40-15.
Never question Billy the Machine Harris. He's right here.
Ow!
Game, Harris.
The question marks were mental ones, and he's answered them, Harris. He is still engaged.
4 games up.
Here we go.
Never gave way fully to the frustration that threatened. Does he have one last push? Business end of the match now.
Out! Out!
15 love. love. Love.
It's tough to tell what's going to make the difference. Once again, Harris' peaks are more lethal, but Kukushkin's holding it together where it matters. And that includes in this game. Very quickly he slips through it. The former top 40 competitor. And at this stage in the match, that has a real potential to impact how swiftly and how untroubled he was in that service game. After almost 3 hours of tennis, he's a game away from the win. And both players putting in a real shift. Kukushkin holding up incredibly with the amount of tennis he's played this year, and you can never question Harris. During the COVID months, a couple of years, he contested a lot of the UK Pro League, former domestic UK competition, was very committed to that, so much so that during the summer of 2020, when the Pro Tours was shut down momentarily, he contested 42 matches in 42 days. Unbelievable physical effort. So 3 hours on a grass court against a much more experienced player. No stress. Serving to stay in the match. Maybe the stress does increase it.
15 love.
Out!
15 all.
And while the legs might not be slower to tire, the mind will get fatigued. And that's the battle for Harris. That has been the battle largely, you feel, throughout this deciding set. With the length of the match, it is tricky to be disciplined and to read each point.
Let's first serve.
First serve doing a whole
15.
lot of work at the back end of this game.
It was what?
Game Harris.
A lot of unreturned serves in that game.
5 games all.
It's Kukushkin who's only dropped 1 point behind his first serve in this set. But Harris not far behind after coming through that game, and it's all about the timing at this point. Who blinks first? And the margins are slim still further.
15.
We've seen bursts of aggressive quality from Harris. One more might just be enough to get the job done. He's hung on in here.
All.
That's the money shot though for Kukushkin, that backhand line.
15 all.
Look at the scoreboard, so much has leveled out in this match. The stats sheet showed it at the end of the second set.
$30-15.
Out!
40-15.
He just gets carried away, and it's when he tries to go for too much too early, sometimes he's just leaning back off his shot. Harris loses control.
40-30.
Every single point resets.
Juice.
Under such pressure to produce. And he comes through with this.
Advantage Kukushkin. Juice.
There really is no obvious sign of what is going to swing this. 4-1, it felt like maybe Harris just wasn't quite consistent enough today. And yet his bursts of intensity have been enough.
Go!
Spray from Kukushkin to take Harris out wide with the forehand. He's damaged from that position at times today. But didn't go for the angle on this occasion. Kukushkin was the first to really impose himself.
Game Kukushkin.
And there it is. Kukushkin keeps his hopes of avoiding a tiebreak alive. And for the second time in this match, he is one game away from the Lexus Surbiton Trophy semi-finals. And of the two players, he would prefer not to go to a tiebreak. Kukushkin. In Surbiton, he's played one, lost one. Harris has played 3, won 3. So that tighter scoring format might just swing things in the favor of the Brit if he can get there. Yet another push required.
Time.
3 hours, 5 minutes. And Billy Harris will look to force a final set tiebreak.
Love.
The difference a strong first point makes. Not just in announcing himself, Harris, but also the crowd that have stayed so faithfully. They bring the noise. They show their colors. He is getting more quick points behind his serve, Harris, as the set extends.
40 love.
And what wonders might that be doing for his confidence? He's never fully let his shoulders drop. What a way to take this into a final set tiebreak. Love holds for the man who was on the brink. He was 1-4 break point down in this set. Win or lose this tiebreak. He's shown exactly why he picked up his wild card, Billy Harris. 1 hour played in this set. And the match will be decided finally within the next few minutes. Kukushkin looking for a quicker start on this occasion. Slow one got to him last time.
Harris.
Looking to repeat history. Harris went 3-0 up in the previous tiebreak. Reminder, has won all 3 tiebreaks that he's played in Surbiton this season. And he's packing the bigger punch right now.
2-0 Harris.
Kukushkin really has to manufacture his way to the opening. And I'm not sure he's seeing the ball as sharply right now. He's also persistently staying so deep to return that first serve, and he has done throughout the match, Kukushkin. Harris has just not ever quite landed that delivery with the regularity to really expose that deep positioning on this quick surface. So deja vu so far.
3-1, Harris. Three, 2, Harris.
Well, this one not quite to the script of the previous tiebreak. Kukushkin dropping to 4-1 on that occasion. Harris more than holding his own out here. Last 2 years at the Surbiton Trophy, qualified, fell in the first round. Serious ranking points opportunity here. He's a little fortunate. Rushed that approach, Harris, but
4-2, Harris.
it was a fully committed approach. And Kukushkin lacked the time on the backhand. It does just feel that after all these hours on court, he's not seeing things quite as sharply, not playing quite as cleanly, Kukushkin, and it was his sheer consistency that has given Harris so much to work through out here. Saved up some scorching serves for moments of desperation.
Harris.
It feels like he's building up to a monumental triumph here. Would love one of these 2 points on the return, if not both. Over 3 hours in, and to generate match points.
6-2,
He'll apologize
Harris.
for the net cord, but that underlines his sheer resilience out here. 4 to choose from.
Six, 3, Harris.
There's a lot to digest right now. And not a lot of time to do it. Can't rush to the finish line.
6-4.
Again, he
Harris.
just pulls out of the shot, Harris. Has he bought himself enough security? Still match point on serve. Number 39, he's still out there, he's still hungry, he still wants it. 2 challenger titles to his name this year, Kukushkin. It's a really tough loss today. In both the second and third sets, he had match point to serve for triumph, and Harris just wouldn't let go.
One last time, Mikhail Kukushkin.
It's going to take a while to swallow that pill. But one player's misery is another's joy. Very shortly we'll hear from Billy Harris. Victor on a wild quarterfinals day here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy.
That was incredible. You've made 5 quarterfinals this year, including today. Now you've made a semi-final. You must be delighted.
Yeah, very happy with that. It was a complete blur, most of it. From a breakdown in the third, and thanks to the crowd for sticking with me. Don't really know, but I was just thinking it's only one break, just stay in there and try and play a bit more aggressive, because he was moving me around like very well towards the end, so I just had to go for it a bit more.
And I mean, his movement is unbelievable, isn't it? Every time he'd hit a good shot, he would just be there. So how do you play someone who just kind of effortlessly glides around the floor? What's your strategy?
Got to serve well. Got to serve well and hope you can hit winners. But by the end of it, he was just making every ball, and I had to play a good point to win any point. So I lost to him last time in 3 sets. So he's a great player, and nice to beat him finally.
Well, congratulations into the semi-finals here at the Lexus Trophy.
Nice to beat him this time, I don't say, Billy, my goodness. And a heck of a lot closer than their 3-setter in Lugano, Switzerland in March. Not a single one of those sets going beyond the 6-3 mark. And this one, so tight right to the conclusion, and just a handful of factors swinging it in Harris' favor. The tight moments, he came through, the crowd on his side, and that tiebreak record, 3 out of 3 won going into the deciding shootout. Semi-final bound, the 29-year-old, by far his best run here in Surbiton, and hopefully he can get an early night because he has potential to continue it. We will see him in the semis tomorrow and we will see one more match on court here shortly. It's been a long wait for Lloyd Harris and Vivek Zakayev, but they will be on court shortly for the final match of the day.
That's all for today. We still have one final match here on centre court. Another quarter-final men's match. It will be. Do stay with us for that one. A quick turnaround here on centre court. Let's give our ball crew a big round of applause from Hollyfield Secondary School. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome our players onto centre court for our fourth and final match of the day. From Kazakhstan, please welcome Vivek Zakayev. And from South Africa, let's put our hands together for Lloyd Harris. 71, making him the 5th ranked player in Kazakhstan. He made his ATP main draw debut in 2022 after receiving a wildcard for the singles and doubles main draws at the Astana Open. A year later, he would go on to clinch his first challenger title in Charlottesville. An alternate in this week's Surbiton draw, yet to lose a set en route to the quarterfinals and took out Australian James Duckworth in the previous round. From Kazakhstan, please welcome Bibit Zhukayev. In 2021, he achieved a career high ranking of world number 31 after reaching his first Grand Slam quarter-final at the 2021 US Open. He started his career regularly playing ITF Futures events in Egypt, Mozambique, Nigeria and South Africa before making his ATP debut in 2017. He earned his first win in 2018 and broke the top 100 in 2019. He reached his first ATP Tour final at the 2020 event in Adelaide and would later go on to defeat Rafael Nadal in Washington and world number 4 Dominic Thiem in Dubai, becoming the first qualifier to reach the final in the tournament's 30-year history. From Cape Town, please welcome Lloyd Harris. Our chair umpire for our match today is Ben Anderson from Scotland. Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to the players and your fellow spectators, we ask that you please turn all mobile phones and audible devices to silent during the match and refrain from using flash photography. Enjoy the tennis.
Well, for the final time today, welcome back to centre court at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Lloyd Harris and Bibit Zhukayev have been waiting a long time to get on court. Just the 3 hours and 15 minutes required for wildcard Billy Harris to get the better of Mikhail Kukushkin in the previous showdown. Billy Harris will be relieved that he was the first match of the 2 ATP quarterfinals staged on centre court today and gets a shot at an early night ahead of taking on one of these 2 in tomorrow's semi-finals. Number 6 seed Brandon Nakashima and Leandro Riedi to contest the other semi. Both went through earlier today. And for Lloyd Harris, it's yesterday flipped on his head. He got the first win of the day yesterday on this court. And today he culminates the action. It's been a 4-match day, or will have been a 4-match day here on centre court, with the ITF W100 event being staged alongside the Challenger 125 here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, the very first stop on the grass court season tour. And Bibit Zhukayev getting his first look at the main stage this week after steering through to the stage on the outside courts. He knows that the number next to Harris' name outside the top 100 currently does not tell the full story of his opponent's ability. Harris with a wrist injury in 2022 that derailed him, and he's taken his time to work back up the rankings. Zhukayev, the younger of the 2 at age 23. And so far in Surbiton, in the main draw, 2 straight sets wins to his name over noteworthy names in Maxime Cressy and James Duckworth.
Green towel box for you, right?
First set, Bibit Zhukayev. Zukayev to serve. Ready?
So the final quarter-final match here in Surbiton is a second meeting between Zukayev and Harris. Harris having won their only previous meeting last season in straight sets.
Hi. 15.
Big punches that have kept his previous opposition at bay. And it might be a Maxime Cressy who's not at the form that took him right up the world rankings, but still a very impressive statement. First straight sets victory there for Zukayev over a guy who's gone deep on this surface at ATP level, who serves and volleys to the max.
40.
Strong start to this campaign by the player from Kazakhstan, looking to succeed where Mikhail Kukushkin, his countryman, ever so narrowly failed just a matter of minutes ago. In sets 2 and 3, Kukushkin had break point to serve for the match. In the third set, that was at 4-1. Would have given him a double break, and that is a reminder that it's never done until it's done.
Whoa!
He's a player, the South African, who can generate serious pace off the ground, particularly on that forehand side. Imposed himself strongly in his most recent match against Alexander Vukic. Got a bit close for comfort at the back end, 10-8 in the second set tiebreak for Harris yesterday. Had lost his only previous tiebreak played here. Oh my goodness, he's made that. Went for the tiniest mark in the corner.
Vote!
So the pace of this match in the early stages marginally quicker than the contest previous. It's rare to see a clay court best of 3 setter go 3 hours 15, let alone a contest on the grass courts. Serious baseline consistency from both Harris and Kukushkin.
Let's
31.
Well, his first serve percentage of points 1 has been a joke in his previous 2 matches, Zukayev, and you're getting an early idea as to why. So much pace on that delivery. 89% of his first serve points 1 against James Duckworth, and he's not missing a beat out here. Really impressive start from the world number 171. And he's asking Lloyd Harris to keep pace in the early stages of this first set. Not the slow start expected when these two were kept waiting for the duration of the day to get out on court here. And that tells you a lot about how Bibit Zukayev carries himself. There's one challenger title to his name from last season that came on a hard court. Harris with a fair amount more exposure to the grass. The 27-year-olds still hunting down his first trophy on the surface, but particularly last year, he turned some heads when he made a semi-final run at the ATP event in Mallorca. Came through qualifying to do so, Harris. Well, this is perfect focus from Harris. Very early days, but when your opponent is serving like Zukayev is, there's truly nothing you can do apart from focus on what is within your control, and that's your own serve. Effortlessly handled. Not missing a beat there, Harris. And even as he's sliding that forehand into play, he's steadying himself with the feet, getting back his stability. Easy finish.
No!
He's got a really interesting backstory, Zukayev. He started tennis very late compared to a lot of pros. 8 years old, Just happened to pick up a tennis racket on a family holiday. Says he never thought he would become a pro. It was just for fun. He was enjoying it. Didn't have a coach at the very beginning. And he coming through with laser focus on serve. Harris doing his best to just take this in stride as he fails to make a dent on the return. Zukayev with unflinching ferocity and a 3-2 lead. Five games in, just 1 point dropped against the serve of either player. And Zukayev spoken about how the profile of tennis is rising in Kazakhstan. We've seen the nation strongly represented here in Surbiton with Zukayev and Kukushkin both making it through to the final 8. Semi-finals to be contested here tomorrow. And representation of the Kazakh nation still further up the rankings. Alexander Bublik has been making a name for himself over recent years. He's currently the #1 in the nation. The 26-year-old ranked number 17 in the world right now. Zukayev, Kazakh number 5.
Vote! Out!
It's imposing stuff, but nothing rushed about it at all by Harris. Every shot is measured, controlled.
Up!
30-15.
Out!
30 over.
So late.
Up! 40-30.
You can already sense it's going to be a clash of slim margins out here. So short the points, so dominant the serve. There was suggestions from Harris that he's not quite seeing the ball as sharply as he would want to.
Oh!
Flirted with disaster on the third forehand, just touched the baseline.
Advantage Harris.
First serve percentage is lower in these early stages. Just 20% below his opponent. So this would be a big game to navigate. Just getting some serious whip off the back of that ball on his forehand side, Zakayev. Matching Harris for pace off the ground. So if the South African isn't immediately on top of the court, he's in a bit of trouble.
Hey! Advantage Zakayev.
The backhand, in contrast, struck flat. He looks relaxed and ready to rush the South African out here. Yet to drop a set, Zakayev and Surbiton. And with a break point here. There it is. Well, he charged out of the blocks on serve, Zakayev. And as much as he didn't immediately let on, that could well have ruffled and rushed Lloyd Harris. The opportunity for the 23-year-old to lengthen his lead. Scoreboard advantage, having served first, that has applied some extra pressure out here. And 5-2 in record time would sit very nicely with him.
51.
He's not dropped a point behind his first serve. He's 11 of 11. Thank you, stats.
Ball went over.
Oh!
You okay?
Fell over his own feet there. Just landing awkwardly, Zakayev. And most of the tumbles have taken place at the far back of the court.
Yeah.
And it's the wrist that's a concern, landing heavily on the playing hand. It's always a little dangerous. Says he's fine. Three aces in that game for good measure. And Zakayev is on the charge and looking like he hasn't had to exert himself at all. That is quite intimidating to go up against. The 23-year-old making his centre court debut this week. One game away from the opening set. It's only the third tournament of Zukayev's professional career on grass. I think it's fair to say he's finding it a good fit for his game. There's something a little Nick Kyrgios about the way he hits the ball. Serve and forehand both. Lloyd Harris, after 20 minutes, serving to stay in the set. The focus just went for a moment for Harris. The situation seemed to get on top of him. He was frustrated with himself for the slightest of openings. That was in the face of flawless service games from his opponent. Looks like he's going to lock back in here. The question is whether it's enough to stop the momentum of the set. Well, that's his best hope, and that's well composed by the 27-year-old. A long-time fierce competitor, Lloyd Harris, for the world's top players. A lot of Grand Slam experience behind him, some big wins, top 10 wins to his name. But struggling with this young man at a career high ranking. And showing us fully why that's the case. Some real weapons in the repertoire of Zukayev. The serve and forehand combination not to be messed with. And a career high ranking of number 171, Zukayev. This time last season, he was well outside the top 300. Just feels like the pressure of so few footholds in this set getting under Harris' skin. And usually he's used to having the extra gear and generating the pace. Not enjoying being on the other side of the net from it. In record time. Couple of set points for the non-seed up. Now that's a good save. Zukayev maybe getting a bit overconfident, leaving the straight and narrow here. It's not the tennis that's got him to the match-winning position, set-winning position, I should say. Harris is all over it.
game and first set.
That's the way.
By 6 games to 3.
A pretty flawless set of tennis from Bibit Zukayev, showing this center court here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy what he's all about. Barely seemed to break a sweat as he takes the opener at 6 games to 3. Well, Lloyd Harris is up on the head-to-head, 1 win to 0, but their previous meeting came on the much slower surface of clay. Different bounce, different brand of tennis required. And that's seemingly showing here as Zukayev utilizes the pace of the lawns. And it's just devastating on the first serve. 90% of first serves won by Zukayev, but then you look at how many of those first serves he landed, and it's a whopping 83%. He only missed 4 serves all set. He landed 20 out of 24. He won 18 out of 20. And serving first, carrying the scoreboard, Harris just blinked. There was 1 break point, 1 in the entire set, and it's easy for Harris to get frustrated and get lost in the situation. Anyone watching has the advantage of outside perspective. He's on the receiving end of this.
Time.
Not fun. There is the opportunity to turn things around. It gets to serve first in the second set and at least flip the scoreboard around, ask Zukayev to do the chasing.
Second set. Harris to serve.
Hold!
Love 50.
Oh, killer. That's brutal. Just as he's been hunting down the Zukayev two-hander a little more, Harris. Slowing things down. Got to land a first serve here. And he does. That's clutch. That's quality.
40-30.
In a tight scoreboard situation after the first set flew away, no mean feat to deliver this from behind the baseline as well.
Hold!
Gets his opponent off the edge of the court and gets the results for it. Lloyd Harris,
Just a reminder, please make sure your phones are either off or on.
for the first time in this match, up on the board, despite being down a set here. Well, it's got cooler and more blustery out here on centre court, but that does not seem to be disturbing the Zukayev first serve at all. What about the scoreboard? Now weighted against him in this second set. Harris just hopeful of holding on long enough that he gets a drop-off. Because what Zukayev was putting out on court was pretty unplayable as far as his service games went in set one.
Love 15.
Go!
Yeah, just playing his way into proceedings now, Harris. 2 second serves, both taken advantage of. And as the opener raced against him, that takes some presence of mind. He's doing well here. It's so quick and so accurate.
I jumped there too. I jumped there and I still can't get it.
Well, he's going to have to start making some guesswork on the first serve return, Harris. Or else completely switching up his return position, anything to get in Zukayev's head and just give him something different to look at, maybe throw him. There we go. Well, that's massive for his mentality to do that off the back of a first serve. Use the pace coming at him with tight positioning to the court. That is satisfactory. First break point of the match for Lloyd Harris.
It's long, like. Long where? What do you mean where? On the baseline. Long on the baseline. No. There's long where?
Well, life gets tough near these baselines. They are pretty chopped up. After 6 days of play here at the Surbiton Trophy. And that's why he's making his case about the line call, because that's how fine the margins are when he's returning. That's a 7th ace for Zukayev, and he's not even held his 7th game. Oh, that just drops. Again, he's just touched it here, Harris. And it's arced to its conclusion.
Advantage, Zukayev. That's a gorgeous shot. And when these rallies are extending like this, it's becoming Lloyd Harris territory. The issue is, it's very rare that the rallies actually reach this point. Great focus from the South African. The length of this game now makes it so important. Oh! Advantage, Zukayev.
Haven't really seen the servant volley from Zukayev. Just gives Harris a shot, but not fully punching away the backhand. And he takes it. And now he's engaged, now he's involved. But that's so big.
Advantage, Zukayev.
The chop return this time, just giving him time to set up for the backhand out in front of him. No trouble on the two-hander.
Use.
advantage, Zhukayev. Game, Zhukayev.
Wow, at the movement on that serve.
1 game.
Impossible. By far the longest service hold of the match for the Kazakh. The first time he's had to save break point. And he responded to that 30-40 deficit. 5 deuces later, he levels. That really has the potential to rattle Harris still further. Serving as the wind picks up.
Go!
Light. Second service.
Hip!
30 love.
Hey!
30-15.
Yeah, just getting in at the body there enough, Zhukayev, to make Harris uncomfortable and unable to really unleash with that forehand. He's not given anything in terms of his demeanor, whatever the scoreline. And now he's a bit frustrated. Well, he's found his path, Harris. Big and controlled into the Zhukayev backhand. It's getting him enough to slow the match down. That's a particularly big hold of serve off the back of breakpoint missed. And the total amount of time for the second set is almost as long as the first set in its entirety after just 3 games of play. Now we really see what the 23-year-old is made of. Completely different scenario here.
Time.
He's settling bit by bit, Harris, feeling the difference in the encounter, able to get more time on the ball to pave the way for his own forehand. In the first set, it just felt like he was trying to fight Zukayev's fire with his own instinctive brand of tennis. Today, with what Zukayev's able to generate on this surface, he's just got to think through it a little more. He's shaping his ground strokes more here, asking Zukayev to work harder. He's reliant on the opening from his opponent, and that's coming more regularly. Another second serve hit. And Harris, tightening the screws, has applied sufficient pressure. This much different to 30-40. Clear 3 opportunities for Harris to choose from. Yeah, he asked Zukayev to do all the work in that game, Harris. And was aided by second serves. As the first set raced along, you would not have envisioned a break to love against the Kazakh's delivery. But the level was so ludicrously high, it had to drop, and it has done here. Harris switching up at the return. All right, the tables have really turned now. Harris having played his way into the match with more confidence now to execute behind his first serve as well. Back-to-back aces, the script has flipped.
Harris leads by 4 games to 1.
Now, it's the South African leading the way, and Zukayev looking at the possibility of losing his first set of the tournament. Harris has been tested this week so far. Dropped a second set tiebreak to Mark Husler, the qualifier from Switzerland in his opening round. Came through 7-5, 6-7, 6-3. And then had the tight 10-8 second set tiebreak against number 7 seed Vukic out here yesterday. Just saw Zukayev there under his towel. Just trying to get back in his zone, and the most significant moment of this match was when Harris held the first game of this second set. It just put the 23-year-old in a different position. Obviously a brilliant front foot player. But as the match is slowed down, he's being asked to come through with something a little more than just fierce first serves.
Oh!
15.
Oh!
Please. Love. Thank you, Bobo.
Oh, that absolutely died. Tops even the volley of the previous point. Did find something under the towel at that change of ends. Back in his zone, Zakayev. Relaxed through his shots. And that was a demonstration of how many different backhand winners you can hit in this sport. Every single one executed from a different position in a different way, and that's really well played by the Kazakh. If he's frustrated, he's not giving off a lot. Asks a question here. But still has to find answers on the back foot.
15.
Yeah, for me it was a late call. It didn't affect your shot. For me it was a slightly late call, and for me that didn't affect your shot. I mean, I know that it was close, but your ball went out. Yeah, but it was a question of timing. So I thought the call came slightly after you hit it. It's my judgment. I can't change that. Because it was kind of behind you, right? But I can't change my mind now. But that was my judgment at the time, so we have to go with that. Yeah, but it's like I said, it's a question of timing, whether it affected.
So chair umpire saying it was a late call and therefore didn't affect the way Harris hit the ball, which
When
was
it
called
landed,
long.
Right? You were hitting a shot like kind of behind you, right? And for me, his call didn't affect that. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the call of the line umpire was judged not to affect the player. The ball went out, and the point will not be replayed. 15.
Well, yesterday on centre court, number 2 seed Dan Evans went out of the tournament in a match of contentious line calls.
30-15.
chair umpire was the same, so I wonder if Harris had an awareness of that as he engaged in conversation there. I don't know. But I think how frustrated he was just underlined the slim margins of this match so far. 1 point, 2 points can make all the difference.
Yeah. 30-all.
Oh, that's nicely watched. And tell you what, if Harris doesn't come through this game, there could be some words at the sit-down. It just seemed to lose his way on that occasion. He's made such a point to get to this stage of hitting into the Zukayev backhand, the forehand with the extra security, the whip on it. It's a tricky shot to deal with. Even there, he might have been in trouble, Harris, had the net cord not interfered.
Juice.
Pivotally, though, backing himself. His good length of shot, just jamming into Harris as he looks for his forehand, and that's given him trouble already in this match. When Zukayev's got that ball up against his body. And there it is, the break back. 2 games on the trot for Bebit Zukayev. Who's carrying himself calmly on centre court here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy, looking to complete the semi-final lineup. The dreams of a Harris versus Harris semi-final still alive. Billy Harris coming through an epic in the match just previously, but the loss of that game gonna sting for the South African here. Just seemed to have found some security for himself. And just about 6:45 local time here in Surbiton. Bit of a breeze. It gets very cool in an evening out here. Don't think conditions have affected either player so much. But the big serves of Zukayev set the tone, and he'll hope they see him level up in this second set, targeting a 3rd straight game 1.
So it doesn't blow away. Thanks. Thank you. The new ball? Yeah. Use.
Oh, well done. Now, the rally pace really has slowed down from the early stages of the match. It just gives Zukayev a bit more time to get set here. Watch the ball, follow it, finish it.
Yeah, it's white.
$30-15.
Yeah, the backhand remains vulnerable once Harris has built into it. And the first serve, not only less of them landed, but less effective now for Zukayev. It was almost perfect in the opening set. Now he's just having to work for so much more. And that's heightening the pressure of accuracy. Yeah, he can feel by the conditions, by Harris, he's being asked for more.
30-40.
It was flowing so freely for Zukayev at the beginning of the match. Point for Harris to regain the break advantage that he held previously.
Oh!
Juice.
Right. Okay. Oh!
Advantage, Zukayev.
Frustrating, but it won't get to Harris the same way it was getting to him earlier in the match. Every time Zukayev misses a first delivery so recklessly wide, it just gives Harris something to draw on, in that he's not perfect anymore. He's not finding every mark. There will be chances. I mean, some of these serves, he's not missing them marginally. He's missing them half a meter wide. He is fully Houdini back. From the floor to the victory, Lloyd Harris. Well, I hope he didn't fall on his wrist there. The wrist issues that have seen him tumble down the rankings. Saw him miss the second half of the 2022 season. Magical recovery. That's it. That's the way. I really don't think Zukayev is getting as much out of this court as he was at the beginning of this match. I was hesitant to say it before, but I think he played both his previous matches. First match of the day against Cressy and against Duckworth. So that's when the courts are getting towards their warmest. And he feels the pressure there. The ball not coming off the strings the same way it was. And it's Lloyd Harris who will serve for the leveler. Career high number 31, the much more experienced player on court. And he's come through with the composure in this second set. Has been pegged back before, though, so it's not a done deal just yet.
Go!
Help! Rule 50.
Early warning sign that he has to tread carefully. Suddenly Zukayev doesn't have something to lose the same way he did. Yeah, not the depth of shot on the forehand. And Zukayev said, thank you very much. It's landed inside the service box and it's been punished accordingly. And building on all the work he's done in this second set to hold his nerve in some tight moments in what he hopes is the final game of this set. He'd do well, Harris, to take his time between serves here. Just felt like he was rushing behind that second delivery.
Advantage, Harris.
Oh!
He's only done it for the set as well. Lloyd Harris weathers the storm in set number 2 with a couple of clean lob winners for good measure.
Yeah, sure. Guys, bathroom break for both players, please.
For the second straight match on centre court, we are going the distance. Very different makeups of those 2 matches. Billy Harris grinding through Mikhail Kukushkin in over 3 hours to get the victory. Much more quick and concise in this match, but the rallies did slow down significantly in that set, and that was to Harris' advantage. He won the previous clash between these 2 on clay courts last season, and he will fancy his chances in the decider. This is where you can tell something from these stats you're being given. The first serve percentage of points won behind the first serve for Zukayev significantly dipped as that set wore along. In the first set, he won all but 2 points behind his first serve, 83% of those points. 90%, I should say. Maths was never my strong point, apologies. In that set, landing 50% of his first serves, winning 47% of those. Career high world number 171 for the Kazakh. He can blow you away. He's got a game that when it's on, it's on. And on this surface, you just have to clap and say too good. And Harris, as he fought with his frustration, just about managed to do that. Kept his cool, and most importantly of all, held his opening game of the second set. That just gave him a lead to work with.
Copy. Harris has left the facility. Mr. Zakaya was left the toilet facility. He is requesting to adjust his shoelace in the changing room. Is that allowed?
I would suggest that he comes back to court and does it here, please.
Thank you. That's helpful, man.
We will give him additional time for that. Lloyd, just to let you know, Bebit has requested to change his shoelaces, and he gets additional time for that because it's equipment out of adjustment. Actually, he's not going to change them. Okay.
Not on your own also, man.
I hear your point. I hear your point.
Time.
Well, both players taking their time off the court after a much more tightly contested second set. The first set that Bebit Zukayev has dropped this week in Surbiton. His recent victory over James Duckworth was the first time he'd won back-to-back matches on grass courts. Looking for another first in this decider.
15 up.
Okay, this is first set Zukayev. He left the court, switched with him. Well, maybe not.
30-15.
But the importance of this first game for both players cannot be understated. Beginning of this match, Zukayev came out, rattled through a love hold, and it was game on. Previous set, Lloyd Harris got the first game.
30.
And from there, he was always leading the way. Was leveled once, but never lost the advantage. We need a stat on his lob success rate, Harris. Couple of screamers at the back end of the second set, and this one, although not a winner, enough to put Zukayev in an awkward position. He's found ways now to unsettle his opponent on top of the court. Has more intel heading into this deciding set. Well, that's a bomb. There's nothing you can do about that at all. And at the same time, it is deeper in the evening, it's getting dimmer, and there's so much pace on that ball that the odds there's a line call or two that goes the wrong way are high. So Harris just can't afford to let that get under his skin, as difficult as it is.
Advantage Harris. Harris.
There it is. Just making enough balls, Harris.
First game, final set.
A game that started looking like the first set and finished looking very much like the second, and that is good signs for the man who's been ranked as high as world number 31. Lloyd Harris breaks through early in set 3. No trophy to show for it just yet on the singles court, Lloyd Harris, but grass court success over the years, and he does have a title in doubles. His only ATP level title on this surface last year in Mallorca, where as a qualifier he made the semi-finals of singles, also doubles winner alongside Yuki Banbury. Banbury just missing out on the doubles final here in Surbiton. Lost out to the number 4 seeds alongside Lloyd Glasspool earlier today. 9-7, second set tiebreak.
30 love.
That's the first time I've been able to clearly hear anything Zukayev has said in this match. That's how much he's kept his feelings to himself. But he just said, don't know how I'm going to do this. I'm playing so badly right now. And Lloyd Harris is in 2 places. He's in all of these rallies. And he's now firmly in Zukayev's head. That's a swift consolidation. Looked lost at sea in set 1, Harris. And yet behind the pace of the set was the fact that there was just 1 break point. It was break point converted. The margins were finer than they felt. And Zukayev has dropped back down to planet Earth. Now that's the one weapon that is completely under his control out here, the serve, Zukayev. And he can serve his way back into this match, just hang tough. Looks like he's decided to do just that. It was 2 first serves for the double fault. That's something to build on. It's been a while since he's played out a rally with that conviction.
Let's for service. Game, Zukayev.
Would he dare to prevent Harris versus Harris? Would he really? Maybe he would. Bibit Zukayev finding his safe territory on the serve once more. Reminding us of what made him so untouchable in the opener. The 23-year-old with minimal grass court experience. Looking to go all guns blazing at Lloyd Harris as we head along in this final set. He's down a break, but he's not out of it.
Time.
It's been some time since Zukayev rattled through a service game with the intensity of the previous hold. It's a lifeline.
Out. 15.
Sears the sideline. It's going to be less easy to ruffle Harris' feathers now the way he did in the first set, Zukayev, because the second set is now on the board. He's found answers in some pivotal moments. He's got that to lean on when things get a little stickier. And he is still controlling the court behind his serve. Perfect choice of the angle to completely stretch Zukayev.
Harris.
Swift hold of his own.
Harris leads by 3 games.
And he keeps things ticking over.
Thanks, Bogo. Thanks.
It's not a wonder Zukayev has rarely been exposed to grass. He didn't start traveling outside of Asia for his career until 2022.
Thanks, Sean. Are you able to get that one that's just gone over? Thanks. Thank you.
He really came through with a bang, Zukayev. The challenger title he has to his name. His only pro title.
Go!
Speaking as far as singles goes, he does have a couple of ITF trophies to his name. Achieved in 2021 and 2022, but he's been made uncomfortable in the forecourt of late, Zukayev. Largely with the lob, but now with the dip to his feet, he's not quite sure what's coming. He's being pulled up there against his will, and that makes a difference.
backed himself there on that occasion.
15-30.
He was more hopeful than convicted, I think. Zukayev didn't quite accelerate through. And when Harris lands the depth of shot, he's not fully generating off the back of that. He has the weapon with this serve to get back in proceedings. But can he get it in play? Harris with a better read on the situation now. And once again, the lob comes through. He's got to hold his focus. He might just have done enough, but it's only enough if he maintains. Double break in the hands of Lloyd Harris.
Time.
The semi-final lineup's complete in the women's event here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy. Former champion Alison van Oortvank to take on qualifier Harmony Tan, who famously dethroned Serena Williams at Wimbledon in 2022. Olivia Gadecki, the qualifier, tasked with number 2 seed Tatiana Maria. But the winner of this clash will complete the men's lineup. And at the moment, things looking incredibly good for Lloyd Harris. This is a vital game for Zukayev.
Thank you. One more. Thank
dear, that is vicious.
30.
So much surer of himself when up against depth of shot, Harris. And this is the scoreboard having steadily built in his favor. Broke through in the first game of this set. Looked like it might well be key with the way the rest of the match had played out. And he's looking set to make it so. Lloyd Harris, one game away from a semi-final showdown with the man who shares his surname. That is Billy the Machine, the winner in 3 hours and 14 minutes over Mikhail Kukushkin.
Go!
Oh my word. He's loving life with a target right now, Harris.
59.
Flings at the ball. And Zukayev loses his footing. It's the way he has to play, Zukayev.
30.
And how far down the scoreboard he is right now, just giving him that linear focus. Was getting so on top of himself throughout this set, giving himself grief. There's only one way back into this match. And it's unlikely to take some of the pressure off. Once again, just can't find answers to that length. And the first serve has lost its bite as we've headed into the evening. Match point, Harris. It will be Harris versus Harris for a spot in the Lexus Surbiton Trophy final. Semi-final lineup complete.
To the semi-finals here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy.
A whirlwind start from Bibit Zukayev, the highly talented 23-year-old, serving up a storm. Lloyd Harris weathered it.
Put your hands together. One last
kept
time
his
for
cool.
Bibit Zukayev.
He's got a game made for the lawns. the Kazakh, and when he's had a little more exposure to them, he might find the consistency that will make him a force across the length of back-to-back encounters. Strong week for him with wins over former top 100 players, but Lloyd Harris, the former world number 31, a step too far today. And how encouraging for him. So lineups decided. Some big names still in the mix, and the women's draw, former champion in Alison van Uytvanck. But in the men's draw, all to play for, defending champion Andy Murray having not returned.
Congratulations, you've really started to play some brilliant tennis in the second and third sets there. What's your take on how you played today?
Yeah, it was a really difficult match. You know, first set I was just walking side to side. He was serving unbelievable. It was very difficult for me. And second set, I managed to find a way to get some returns in play and found a little bit of a better rhythm. But yeah, it was tough. There was a couple of breaks of serve, and you know, I had to dig deep there. Yeah, it wasn't an easy match at all. A very difficult day for me, but just happy to get through in the end.
So match by match, it feels like you're feeling and looking more comfortable on the grass. Is that how it feels for you as well?
For sure. I think, I mean, first week on grass is always, you know, getting your bearings, getting your footing. So it's always the toughest week, I feel like. So for sure, it's day by day, it's getting better. But still a lot of improvements I'd like to make on, yeah.
So the big match tomorrow, semi-finals, Harris versus Harris. Firstly, have you ever played anyone with the same name as you?
No, I have never. That's going to be interesting. I don't think I'm going to get much support out here tomorrow. Hopefully some of the South Africans can come back to support me. That would be awesome, because I think I'm going to have a lot of the crowd against me, so that would be great, guys.
Well, we are really looking forward to it. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Lloyd Harris, everyone.
That wraps up the day of centre court action here at the Lexus Surbiton Trophy quarter-finals day.